It's time for our live 12-team Roto Salary Cap Draft up next on a Kokomo Friday.
Alcantara, Soroka, you look so good in Boca. Peralta, Manoa, bounce back for Aaron Nola. Giolito, Castillo, Yoshida, Mosuzuka.
Happy Kokomo Friday and welcome in to Fantasy Baseball today on March 8th. I am Frank Stampfl, joined by Scott White and Chris Towers. Today on the show, you asked, you're going to get it. Live 12-team Roto Salary Cap Draft, also known as an auction, with the standard 5x5 categories, $260 standard budget. Shout out to our league champion from last year, Dan Richards, who frankly dominated all of us. Here is the plan. So the first 2 hours will be on audio as a 2-part podcast. Then we'll sign off the pod and we will stick around for the rest of the draft here on YouTube. So we're going to be live for the next 4 to 5 hours. Buckle in. It's going to be an adventure.
I thought you were going to show us your plan. I was going to take a screenshot.
Oh, no.
Zoom in.
I'm going to take Julio Rodriguez.
All right, hold on.
Screen
print. There we go.
That was the next thing. I was going to
enhance.
Does everybody have their plans ready?
I got to say, the Kokomo intro couldn't have been less appropriate for this because I am going to be a stress ball for like the next 2 hours that you'll hear.
I'm
probably
not
4 hours total.
I'm not in a good place mentally either. I'm way behind on the work I needed to do today. Now we got this draft. I'm a mess, you guys.
Yeah, let's just preempt everyone and say it's really hard to do an auction while podcasting at the same time. So if we all finish in last place or close to it, I swear that's the reason why.
All right. Deep breaths. It's going to be fine.
I love how someone responded on Twitter and asked over under the time that Scott start tilting, 2 hours and 15 minutes. I said, more like 15 minutes.
Way under. I can predict. Yes.
All right. So let's pull up the draft board and here we go. Live auction, ready to go. This is not a mock draft, by the way. We play this league out every year. We're playing this league out again. Last year, Dan Richards was our champion. I believe Chris finished 4th. I finished 5th. And we don't need to.
We won't talk about it. It's fine.
It's fine. Are we ready to go? Are we up and running?
We're running. Yeah. If we get a nomination up here from Chris Mitchell, I'm kind of springing it on everybody suddenly. Here we go. All right. Bobby Witt is his nomination.
Bobby Witt Jr. is up first. Come on, man. Oh, yeah, there you go. Jump it up. $35 bid all the way up to 35. Let's see how high this goes. Typically in this draft, the limit does not exist. So we will see how people treat this one here today. Because yes, typically the elite players do go for quite a bit in this specific draft. All right, so up to $44 for Bobby Witt. Scott is in on the bidding here at $45. For those who have never played in a salary cap league or an auction, you should change that because it is the best way to play, in my opinion. You can come up with any type of strategy that you like. You can get any type of team, all within the restraints of $260, of course. And there we go. The first player is off the board. Bobby Witt Jr., $46 to Raz Beadon. And Scott, you were in on the bidding.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
I took it up to 45.
Okay.
And that's where I stopped. Got bid up to 46. So I have my limits for everybody. I have my limits regardless of what my plan shows. Who knows if Bobby Witt was even part of the plan or if I was just in on the bidding for the fun of it. But now I'm nominating, and I'm nominating Ronald Acuna so we can get the big one out of the way, and we'll see what he ends up going for.
Ooh, he's already up to, oh my goodness, $58.
Oh,
60.
Yeah.
61.
Oh, yeah. 61. So.
No concerns over the knee here.
Well, yeah, I wondered if people would back off, given that there does seem to be just just out there in the fantasy baseball playing world, concerns over Acuna's knee, even though he's gotten the all clear. It's supposed to be better after a couple weeks. He's supposed to be ready for the opening day. People can't help but worry when they've got that big of an investment. And he ends up going for 61. And now Julio Rodriguez is up.
$61 for one Ronald Acuna. And Julio Rodriguez now up to 44. Reminder that Bobby Witt went for 46. And so I'll bid 46. Right. I have Julio Rodriguez ranked ahead of Bobby Witt.
So here we go. Oh, you're in on J-Rod for 46. You got him.
Yeah, let's go.
There you go.
That was part of the plan. There you go. You see it right there. Julio Rodriguez. He was part of the plan. I got it for $46. The same price as Bobby Witt and $15 less than Ronald Acuna. So I am in.
Is that how much you wanted to spend on him?
I wrote down 45-ish. So yeah, I think I was all right. Okay. I know I have them budgeted for less on the site. If you check our rankings on CBSSports.com, I do have Julio for less, but factoring in what I said earlier, I know that this room is usually pretty hot on elite players. So I did factor in that he would go for a little bit more. And Corbin Carroll, boom! Oh, I
thought I had him at 43.
The last second bid. Scott had Corbin Carroll ready for 43. Tim Canick comes in with the $44 bid.
All right.
Scott.
Corbin Carroll goes for 44, and I stopped at 43. So this is a very familiar feeling here. How I just don't quite budget enough for the high-end targets I'm looking for. And maybe my team will turn out better for it. It did not the last 2 years, I will point out. Bryce Harper.
The player I love. How much do I love him? That's the question.
Well, you've already spent $46, so I don't know.
Guess what? He's already at 32, and as much as I love Bryce Harper, I don't think I'm going to be in on the bidding here. So, he's up to 34.
He keeps going.
Yeah. The room is hot early on, and it's worth mentioning, and people will see it. If you stick around throughout this entire draft, there will be savings at some point. If there's inflation up top here on the elite players, something will come in cheaper, whether it's the mid-tier, the lower mid-tier, pitching, something is going to go for a discount, and we will hopefully point that out once it happens.
Yeah. So we're 5 minutes into this draft, and I'm already a little. So let me just go ahead and reveal. My plan was to get 2 of Ronald Acuna, Bobby Witt, and Julio Rodriguez.
Scott,
I have 0. So
Chris,
that's a lot of money I'm going to have to redistribute on the fly here. And I'm not sure how it's going to go.
Chris, if you've been trying to talk, I just realized you've been muted for quite some time.
No, I'm still doing a little bit of housekeeping to get ready. So
worth mentioning that Bryce Harper wound up going for 36, and Fernando Tatis is now out, and he is up to $40. So I think around 40 would make some sense here based on where other players have gone. And that is the winning bid for Fernando Tatis for 40. I think in a Roto league, probably do value him a little bit more than Bryce Harper and maybe slightly less than Julio or Bobby Witt. So yeah, $40 I think sounds right for Fernando Tatis. Here we go.
Well, I wanted to say something, but now Cole Reagans is up. And
yeah, I'll let you focus.
Of course, I'm going to be in on the bidding there.
Cole Reagans. Here we go.
The question is, where are my limits?
He
Cole.
is up to $18. Will it end there for Cole Reagans? Or does Scott actually love?
It'll end there. It'll end there. I'm not getting Reagans. But Reagans is the first who actually went for not more than the amount that my projected auction values. Everybody else has exceeded my auction values, and I think everybody has by at least $2. So Reagans actually met it at 18. But knowing that so many of these high-end guys are exceeding it, I'm thinking there are going to be some values later. So I didn't want to pull the trigger on Reagans. We'll see if I end up regretting that.
Shohei Ohtani is the player currently thrown out, and he's up to $37. Scott is in. He's got to change up the plan because he wanted 2 out of 3 of Acuna, J-Rod, and Bobby Witt. Those guys are already off the board. We got ourselves a little duel here. between Scott and Chris. $39 going once.
Yeah, you can have them.
Going twice. Sold. $39. Shohei Ohtani.
All right.
Scotty Dubs. Again, Fernando Tatis went for 40.
Yeah. So that'll give me a good solid base of stats across all 5 categories. It is monopolizing the utility spot, obviously. So I'm out of the bidding on Azuna and Jimenez, some players who might be good values. But I thought it was worth it.
Yeah, especially if you wanted to get one of those first round caliber hitters. Scott, I know you've got, what are we down to now? 16, 17 first round caliber hitters?
We're running out. Yeah, Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts is going for 42 here. So that's another one, $2 more than I had him projected for. And for what it's worth, Ohtani was $3 more than I have him projected for. But it's easier to get in on Ohtani once Witt, Acuna, and Rodriguez and Corbin Carroll are already gone.
Yep. So Mookie Betts goes for 42. Right after you got Shohei Ohtani for 39. And it is, we're waiting on Tim Canick's nomination here. And an auto nom, I think. Freddie Freeman. So what do we got?
Yeah, I'll go $2 on Freddie Freeman.
You're crazy, Chris. Chill, man.
I got some money burning a hole in my pocket.
Back to back Dodgers, by the way. How about that? Let's go.
I mean, I did have the realization the other day while watching them, like, oh yeah, Freddie Freeman's their 3rd best player. Like, just that's dumb.
It is dumb. Yeah. And from what I saw, Freddie Freeman was batting 3rd in the lineup. And I think as of now, that's what we're expecting is Mookie Betts, Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman. 1, 2, 3.
Let's go Dodgers. Yeah.
Go Dodgers. Let's go, Scott. Scott won his boy, Freddie Freeman, for $40.
All right. Let's try something here. Let's see.
$79 combined, Scott, on your first baseman and your util.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Position scarcity is for wimps.
All right, Chris. So talk to me about this. You threw a Roldis Chapman out for $2 early in the draft.
Was totally willing to get him for $2. Someone else went to $3. That's totally fine.
Yes. So
but that's something that I like to do early in the draft is throw out a player who maybe should be a dollar player for $2, see if they can sneak them through. If not, if someone wants to spend $3, I'll let them take them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is, you kind of learn something. If it, obviously it shouldn't be one of the players, the low dollar players that you're most excited about.
Right. Yeah.
But if it's one you could live with for $1, you'll learn something about the room. Are they going to bid on anyone they see? I don't know that we learned that for sure because the Roldis Chapman went for $3. But now that the players, okay, Aaron Judge went for 38 here, which is
that seems like
exactly what
fine.
I have them.
Yeah,
pretty good. For. Relative to some of the other players, $1 less than Freeman. Yeah, it's probably the right.
Yeah, I haven't had a single one yet that went for less than at my value. Everything's been above. Even
Reagan's and Judge have been at, but every other one has been over. Yeah, for me.
All right, Trey Turner is the next name up. So we're just kind of sticking to outside of Chris's Aroldis Chapman and Cole Reagan's. Just really sticking to the first round hitters, second round hitters, I would say for the most part. So far, and Trey Turner is up to 35. Chris gets in on the bidding. 36.
Once we get past sort of the elite players that I'm sure everybody was planning to build their team around, once those are off the board, that's when I'll probably start throwing out some low-end guys just to see how the bidding goes on them. So I could do that right now because my turn is up here.
Trey Turner, by the way, went for $36. So relative to the other names that have gone, in the mid to latest first round, I think a slight discount compared to some of those others.
Masataka Yoshida.
Masataka Yoshida. We recorded a mailbag earlier in the day. His name just kept coming up. I don't know why, but if you want, listen to it on Saturday and you'll hear some talk about Masataka Yoshida.
Mm-hmm.
So why Yoshida, Scott?
That's why he was top of mind for me. Well, because I didn't think I'd really win him for $1. but I only have him as a $3 player, and now he's up to $7 in the bidding. I don't know if that's going to cost me
just
back off. I don't know.
Get some money out of there.
I was bad. I finished low in this league, so maybe don't use my auction values as a guide. Anyone playing in this league who's out there listening, $7 is what he ended up going for. But yeah, I think that was an interesting experiment. So I'm probably going to keep throwing out low dollar players who are more than $1 players for the next several nominations.
And I have Yoshida for $4
just to drain more money from the overall pool.
I have Yoshida for $4 on the website. I do have ATC projections pulled up while we're doing this as well. And in this format, they have Yoshida for $11. So I don't know. Could turn out to be a value. Spencer Strider. I threw out the first starting pitcher here. Want to get some money off the board because I know that I was not going to be in on the bidding for Spencer Strider. And he went for $43. So, yeah, I think that is the fourth highest priced player, right? Behind Bobby Witt, Acuna, and Julio Rodriguez.
Fifth.
Yeah, Corbin Carroll went for 44. So I think that makes sense. Usually a mid-first rounder. And here we go. Juan Soto. Actually, Juan Soto. He looks really good so far in spring training. And he is up to at $40. People are buying in, Chris. Yankee Stadium, they see the big spring so far. $41.
Yeah, just absolutely no values to be had right now.
Look at Chris being all disciplined and stuff. I'm not used to this side of you, Chris. It's weird.
I'm not either. Like I said, the vibes are off.
And Juan Soto goes for $42. For comparison, Aaron Judge, reminder, went for 38. So I think a lot
Judge
of
looking like the best value of the first round so far.
Yeah, I would say him and Turner. Turner for 36, I think, was a pretty good value as well. Kyle Tucker. We'll just continue on with these first round caliber bats, and he's up for $1. We got to keep this thing moving along. So let's jump bid this up to 30. I would say just a piece of advice for anyone who's doing an auction online: be very careful with the plus $1 bid button, because people will do crazy jump bids, and then next thing you know, you press $1 plus $1, and you got a guy for like $45, and you didn't.
Yeah,
so.
you meant to bid for 20, and you get stuck at 40. Yeah, that'll happen.
Chris,
that is not what happened there.
I think that is a phenomenal buy for Kyle Tucker. I actually wrote down, I wrote Julio, Tucker, or Tatis. I wanted an outfielder that can give me power and speed, and I wrote $40 to $45. I spent on the high end for Julio Rodriguez. I spent $46. But man,
I should have just gone 41 for Tatis, though.
Yeah, I know you do like Tatis quite a bit, but Tucker's awesome. So
yeah, I mean, Tucker's great. He's going to bat in the top 4 of that lineup for the first time. So counting stats should be there. He's excellent. It's a nice, well-rounded skill set to build a team around. It's just, I look at Ohtani at 39 and Judge at 30, and Tucker was sort of the last guy in the tier remaining for me. So I don't love it, but it's fine.
It's fine, relatively speaking. I got Freddie Freeman for 40. Kyle Tucker and Freddie Freeman tend to go back to back.
Yeah.
I think it was right in line with the way this draft is playing out.
And the previous nomination was Yordan Alvarez. He went for $38. So the same price as Aaron Judge. Garrett Cole is up, and he is currently going for $33. A reminder that Strider went for 43. So we'll see how much more Garrett Cole will rise. 34, going once, going twice.
That's goodbye.
Sold. $34. Garrett Cole.
Yeah, very solid.
Solid buy. Yep.
That is exactly what I have him predicted for, but relative, Strider went $6 more than I have him for.
So this one should be fun. Ellie De La Cruz thrown out, and obviously we know the hype surrounding Ellie De La Cruz. He's kind of a polarizing player. He's very fun to watch. He's amazing. Hits the ball hard. One of the fastest players in the league. There are some warts, strikeouts, ground balls last year, struggles against lefties, but huge.
No discount to be found here.
No, he is up to $28. So, if we're just kind of converting that into where that would be in a draft, that's probably an early third round pick, or
late second, early third, probably
early third rounder. Yeah. So, and now $29 for Ellie De La Cruz, and sold. $29 is the price for Ellie. And here we go. Matt Olson. Scott already has Freddie Freeman. So I don't know if he wants to clog up the corner this early in his
Well,
draft.
you never know, Frank.
Ah.
You never know what kind of tricks I got up this sleeve. Matt Olson, the price has climbed now to 34. Why not?
Oh.
It got bid up right away.
Yeah, Scott went 35, and then we're back up to 36 here, which
Anybody want 37, Matt Olson?
Gonna be.
and that's about right. I think Bryce Harper went for 36, and those guys typically maybe Olsen usually goes a little bit earlier than Bryce Harper in a draft.
Yeah.
But that's about right, I would say. Matt Olson for $36, at least based on the way things have gone with early round players in this draft. Rafael Devers is the next name that is thrown out, and I don't know. Let's get this moving up here a little bit. So Devers up to 24, 25, 26. All right, 27, 28. Where will it stop? Nobody knows. $28 going once. Nope. Still going. 30.
Frank is in. Wow.
Up to $32. All right. Well, guess I won't have Rafael Devers.
Yeah.
$32 is the price, and
That's
is
fine.
sold.
Yeah.
That's about. I guess that's about right.
I had him at 28, so 32 is a little high by my standards. Olsen was on point for me. I had Olsen at 36. He went for 36, but I think that makes 3 total players that have gone for my projected amount, and everyone else has gone over.
Chris, why are you doing this, man?
This is like on the football side. Like Jamie and Dave will always make their very first bid a kicker for $1. And it's always so boring, and I'm kind of doing that here.
Carlos Estevez.
Yeah,
Yes.
Chris threw out Carlos Estevez. We should probably let everyone know, right?
I mean, he's up to $6. That's another one. I was
worked out.
perfectly happy to get him for $2. If other people want to bid up Carlos Estevez,
That's
God
good.
bless.
Take
And
more money out of the pool.
I was the one, Chris, because that was down to 1 second. I can't let Chris have Carlos Estevez for $2, So
Yeah.
I started the bid up to 3, and then he wound up going for $6. For anyone watching this live on YouTube, by the way, you can see the results here. We've got the draft room up and running. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you aren't watching, if you haven't subscribed, what are you waiting for? YouTube.com/fantasybaseball today. Jose Ramirez is the next player up, and he's currently at $35, which seems no.
Perfectly happy with that.
Did the clock reset?
I tried to bid at 36, but it didn't.
Wait, did the clock reset? Because sometimes there's a glitch that happens.
I didn't see, but okay. I don't know if we want to.
No, it just ran out.
If people are watching, you saw.
I don't know. Nobody's saying anything, so I guess it was.
I clicked 36, but it's fine. I'll let it rock.
Got to be a little quicker than that.
It's a great buy, Chris. I mean, you got
I'm happy with that one.
Jose Ramirez for $1 less than Bryce Harper and Matt Olson. I do like that quite a bit. Yeah. Ozzy Albies is the next name up, and he is at 27. I think the same price as Ellie. No, Ellie went up to 29. Mm-hmm. Oof, that's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah,
seems pretty good on Ozzy Albies.
I've got him for 26. That's one of the better values so far.
Maybe the big splurges are behind us, and now people are bidding more with more restraint. All right, I got to nominate somebody here.
All right, Scott's going to nominate somebody. What we're going to do is take our first break, and we'll find out what happens right after this.
Who's in? Who's out? Let the madness begin. The NCAA Men's Basketball Championship Selection Show on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back in, and the big nomination from Scott White, Hunter Brown, thrown out for $1. Who's currently up to $5.
I have him as a $4 player, so I almost jumped in at 3, but it's one of those ones where it's like I have him as a $4 player. I don't necessarily love like locking in a roster spot for a marginal player this early too. That's one of the tough things about that strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And Scott, I assume you were fine getting him for $1 if it happened. And
yeah. I mean, I didn't really want him, but for $1, I'd be okay with that. Anything more, I'm fine to drain money, keep draining money. Went up to 8. So that works for me.
And Hunter Brown wound up going for $8. And the next player out here is Austin Riley, who's currently up to 28. Not anymore. 28, no more.
Okay,
He's up to 29 to Raz.
I have him as a $29 player, and I was really going to be frustrated if he went for less than that, even though I already have a third baseman. So thank you for bidding him up, guys.
And here we are. Austin Riley is up to $32. And who will be the winning bidder? Will it be me? It will not be me. Oh my gosh. Beat on in.
One more than Devers.
You know what? I'm going to do it. Yep, I'm going to go with it. I'm overspending here on Austin Riley.
To go with your Julio Rodriguez, right?
To go with my Julio Rodriguez. But that part of the plan was Devers or Riley. So
and
sticking to it.
Riley was the last first round caliber hitter left, if I'm looking correctly, right?
If you consider him, I think he's kind of on that. He's kind of, a mid-second rounder, but he has first round caliber, and he is obviously really consistent and has a high floor. So I wanted one of those third basemen, and I wanted a power and speed outfielder. So wound up overspending. I wish my $36 bid. Chris, if I went 36 on J-Ram, would you have gone 37?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? Like after the moment.
You know what? I'm going to say no.
Yeah, so
just to make you feel worse about it.
Yeah, I don't love that. We were waiting for Scott to tilt. It's me. I'm the first one. Here we go.
Well, I had a tilting moment there. Byron Buxton, I cannot bid on him because I've already filled DH. So it's 11-person competition here.
That's the tough thing about when you're not bidding on your bench is you're immediately out on utility players once you filled that spot.
I wondered if you were going to be so busy talking, Chris, that you didn't bid on Byron Buxton, but you got in there.
I got in there.
Now, J.R. Fenton with the high bid. You gonna go?
I have him as a $5
player.
No, I have him as a $5 player. I'm fine letting him go.
Okay, discipline, restraint. I like that.
Austin Riley went for 34, as we mentioned. After that, it was Corbin Burns. He just kind of slipped on by for $32. Garrett Cole went for 34 earlier, so $2 less.
Makes
Burns.
Perfect sense.
Are you interested in knowing what the defending champ Dan Richards team looks like right now?
Let's see.
I believe it's empty.
He's got a $43 Spencer Strider.
Okay.
So, and he built his team around pitching last year, too. It's worth noting. And he's got a $40 Fernando Tatis.
Oh, okay.
So he's spent pretty big already.
All
but
right.
really focused on it was clearly a high priority to him to get the best pitcher.
Byron Buxton wound up, snailing his way across to $9. I love where it's like everyone waits till it goes down to $1. All right, I guess I'll go $1 more. Then they wait till it gets down to 1 second. All right, I guess I'll go $1 more. And that's what we had with Byron Buxton, just kind of a slow roll. The next name is Tarek Skubal, who is currently up to $23 to Greg Lathrop, who won this league, I believe, 2 years ago. And he is, I know he's a big Tigers fan, so might be in on
Lathrop. Lathrop, Frank. Yes, Greg Lathrop let me get away with calling him Lathrop for like 4 years before he finally corrected me.
Well, I'm happy you corrected me because, I should probably know things like that. Tarek Skubal, up to $27. Not yet. Not done. 28. So again, just trying to calculate this. That's probably an early third round pick, man. That spring hype might be climbing a little bit on Tarek.
It was too early for me to have a chance at Tarek Skubal, I feel like, based on the way the bidding is going. Because I had him, as much as I have him as my ninth pitcher, but a $20 player.
Yep. He's 21 for me.
Next up, we have Adley Rutschman, the first catcher, I believe, nominated here today. And Chris, how dare you bid on him? He was in your Bust 2.0. I'm
just going to keep bidding.
Just keep on going, baby. Let's see. Adley Rutschman, ATC. I'm not going to reveal how much ATC has him for because that might influence the bidding. So I don't want to do that. And he is up to $17. Adley Rutschman. This is a 2-catcher league, by the way. Reminder on that.
I'm gonna guess he's like a $25 player.
Yeah, this is too cheap. I don't even want Adley Rutschman, but I bid 18 because this is just too cheap.
I have him at 18.
Yeah, the auction calculator on Fangraphs puts a pretty heavy premium on catchers, from what I've been able to tell. So,
yeah,
and
18.
I don't.
That seems like a pretty good value.
Down my rankings.
I have Adley Rutschman listed for $22 on the site, but maybe there's something wrong with my auction values. I don't know.
I mean, look, I don't don't do everything right, but I had him. I did not want him, so I have him lower in my rankings than I'm probably going to draft him, and I had him as an $18 player. He went for 19. I think that's totally fine. Wyatt Langford is the player on the clock now, and my goodness,
Oh gosh.
look at the bidding go.
So Adley Rutschman went for 19. Wyatt Langford is up to 15. So
It stopped there. Once he got to 15, it stopped.
Yep. But I have him as a $12 player. I put in a bid around 12 and happy to let him go after that.
Scott, by the way,
Mhm.
on the website, you have Wyatt Langford for $15.
I know. I wasn't going to say it, but at least it wasn't. At least he didn't go for less.
Sorry.
I still think there hasn't been a player who's gone for less.
I don't think so. Outside of Adley Rutschman, who I have for 22 on the website. But yeah, it's around where you should go. The $19 for Rutschman.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso is the name that's up. He is currently at $30. Chris is in. Reminder that I spent 34 on Riley and 32 for Devers. I think
What did Olsen go for?
Alonso usually goes for around those guys.
Olsen was 36.
Olsen was
That's a good buy.
Alonso 31.
Alonso for $31.
I mean, I have him at 36 and 28, so I guess it's a matter of perspective, but nothing wrong with it.
I have Alonso at $28 as well. And the next player thrown out there is Vladimir Guerrero. So
yeah, let's get those first basemen all depleted. Let's do it.
yeah. And yeah, look, I always find it interesting when comparable players go right next to each other in a salary cap auction style draft. Pete Alonso just went for 31. Some people might value them very similarly. So that's kind of a barometer here for Vlad Jr., who's up to $28. Going once, going twice. Sold.
Yeah, I was hoping to get Vlad, but not for 28.
Who would you rather have, Chris, Pete Alonso or Vlad Jr.?
In a vacuum, Alonso, but I think
28
I'd
for
still rather
Vlad.
have Olsen, or I think I'd rather have Alonso for 31 than Vlad for 28.
Now, this is an interesting nomination of yours, Chris. JD Martinez for $2. And I thought you might have gotten him, but Doug Rowe jumped in for $3. The JD Martinez market has been silent, right?
I mean, we've only gotten like one report about a team making an offer, even, right? And it was the Giants. Yeah.
I had heard at some point the Mets were interested, but that was like months ago. So I don't know.
I think I saw the Angels linked to JD Martinez at some point this offseason, but
eager to fill that DH spot.
Yeah. You know, might as well just swap teams, right? Trade JD Martinez for Shohei Ohtani. Angels.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sure.
Francisco Lindor looks like the pretty clearly the top hitter left on the board. So
it's either him or Simeon, I think.
Yeah, maybe Luis Robert, Altuve kind of in that mix too. But yeah, no, look, we all like Lindor and typically goes as like a second, third round player. So should be interesting to see. He's up to $29 to Scott. Chris jumps in with a $30 bid. Will Scott go $1 more?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
We'll do it. Chris didn't like that.
Yeah, I mean, 30 already felt a little expensive, so I had to pass.
Hey, I spent $34 on Austin Riley, so it is what it is. $31 for Francisco Lindor to Scott White, who has Ohtani, Lindor, and Freddie Freeman. It's pretty good, Scott. Stars and scrubs? Is that the plan?
It might have to be. We're not quite all the way there yet, but yeah, I didn't want to have to necessarily. You know, we've talked about it on the podcast. There comes a point at shortstop, particularly in these leagues with middle infield spots, where I'm really not excited about my choices, and so I usually just default to Jackson Holiday because, well, at least there's a chance that you get stud production out of him. I've already done that in TGFBI and Tout Wars, and I didn't necessarily want to do it in this league too. So I filled shortstop with Lindor. It'll be interesting to see what Corey Seager goes for, though.
And speaking of potential injury discounts, Kevin Gausman is the name currently out, and he's up to $23. And it's going to stop there. I think if Gausman's fully healthy, he's probably 25-ish, maybe a little more, a little less. So not a huge discount, I don't think, there at $23.
Yeah, I agree.
The latest news, by the way, on Kevin Gausman, who has been slowed by a shoulder injury, is that
Shoulder fatigue.
is that the club hopes Kevin Gausman will be ready to throw off a mound on Monday. So if that happens, that would be some pretty good news there on Kevin Gausman. Scott throws out Jared Kelnick. I don't like this little thing that you guys have going on here, where you're throwing out cheap players trying to get them for a buck.
I'm not trying. To be clear, I'm not trying to get them for a buck. I don't think they're going to go for a buck. If they somehow go for a buck, okay, I can live with it. But I'm just trying to get people, while there's a lot of money out there, to go beyond what their comfort zone would be at the end of the draft, so that there are discounts later.
Absolutely, same thing.
Actually, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Keep doing it. I lied. I like what you guys are doing. I threw out William Contreras because I want to see where the closer market goes after Adley Rutschman, who went for $19 earlier.
Catcher market.
What did I say?
Closer.
What's going on with me, man?
It's been a long day.
It has been a very long day, and it's about to get a lot longer. William Contreras is up to $16. I think typically the number 2 catcher drafted in most drafts finished as the number 1 catcher in this format last year, 5x5 Roto.
Yeah.
And $16 is the price. That feels pretty good.
Rutschman was 19, so that's probably about right. I would have preferred Contreras be more like 17, 18. But I didn't want to be the one to bid 17, 18.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the 2 catcher drafts that I've seen from you, Scott, usually wind up with like Travis d'Arnaud and
well, those are 15 teamers. I don't think I'll have to go quite as low end in a 12 teamer, but we'll see.
That's fair. Marcus Semien is the next player thrown out. So again, we're kind of going back to the top of the list here in the hitter market, and Chris has the winning bid. Yes, for $26.
That's exactly what I have him for.
Nice. So there haven't been many elite players that have gone for what we were expecting. Yeah. So all things relative, that's a good buy. I believe Ozzie Albies went for 27. So it's pretty good.
People kind of devaluing second base. That's interesting.
Next player up is Michael Harris, who hit another home run here on Thursday.
He looks great.
He does. He sure does look great. And if anything happens to Ronald Acuna, then Michael Harris will be the one that benefits from that.
As soon as Chris said he looks great, a flurry of bids came in.
I move the market with my words. We've all known that for years. It's finally nice to have some confirmation.
Michael Harris wound up going for $28. So thrown out right after Marcus Semien.
Yeah.
He goes for $2 more than Marcus Semien. So I think the market is on the rise. I've seen a lot of smart people in on Michael Harris. I've seen some deeper leagues where, 15 teamers where Harris has been pushed into the second round now. I think this is going to be the new normal. I think we're going to see like an early third round Michael Harris, the way that he's performing in spring. And the likelihood is that he's going to probably bat somewhere in the top 6 in that Braves lineup. So,
well, probably 6th.
So, yeah, that is top 6, but
technically top 6.
I'm stretching.
Could also say bottom 4.
Yeah, that's fair.
If either Acuna or Albies, it's probably top 2.
Yes, that's the thing, is that there is a path to 200 plus runs in RBI.
All right, Corey Seager is up to he was up to $26 to Scott, and then we got a last second bid here from Garrett Atkins. Is that where you draw the line here, Scotty?
I think so.
All right, so Corey Seager goes for $27, $1 less than Michael Harris.
I like the price for the probable production, but I already have 3 stud hitters, and at some point I got to buy some pitching. Not to mention outfielders, because I feel like those are the 2 most important positions, and I have filled neither of them.
If I'm being completely honest with everyone out there, which you should always do, be honest. I had Michael Harris on my list of targets for $24 to $26, and he went for $28. I did have the $27 bid in, by the way, but somebody else went $1 more. So
I get it. We're worried about a lot of things with Luis Robert. Him going for $3 less than Michael Harris seems like a really good value for Luis Robert.
Yeah.
That's just me anyway.
No, I mean, relatively speaking, I'm sure that I have Luis Robert slightly higher than Michael Harris in the rankings as of now. So for getting him for $3 less, even though I just spoke him up as a bust yesterday with Luis Robert,
And that was
That's pretty good for $25.
that was Chris Mitchell who won him. He's got a lot of players already. He's gotten a lot of those low dollar guys we've thrown out there. His two big purchases are Vladimir Guerrero and Luis Robert, but they're both less than 30.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has Jared Kelnick, Byron Buxton, Hunter Brown, and Carlos Estevez.
All right. Well, this should be interesting. Jackson Holiday is thrown out there. And I know he's one of your faves, Scott. And he's up to $5, $6.
I've filled shortstop already.
Yeah, but you got a middle infield spot.
It's true. I almost filled it with Corey Seager.
AJ Puck, by the way, went for $3 in the meantime. Some spring hype on him. Looks like he will be in the Marlins rotation to start the year. He's looked great, introducing some new pitches. He's got what looks like a 5-pitch mix at this point for AJ Puck. So looking good so far. You know, this is the nature of this draft and auction, is that someone like Jackson Holiday goes out now, and he might have went for that much anyway because he's a top prospect and there's a lot of hype around him. He went for $9. He was someone I wrote down as a middle infielder that if I could win for, $5 to $7, I would love to do that. But I think being thrown out this early when people still have a lot of money left, we're probably going to see guys like Jackson Holiday, even Wyatt Langford earlier, still go for a little bit more money than they probably should. And Jake Berger, who will be the winner on the burger. We all love him this year. He's up to $11. Going once. Going twice.
I think I'm out.
Oh,
I was in at 10.
I've got Austin Riley at third base already, and I kind of want to spend down at corner infield. I got to save money somewhere. So as much as I love Jake Berger, it doesn't make sense for how I plan to build this.
I mean, even Berger, as much as I like him, I have him as a $9 player.
Yeah, $11
for 11. So at some point there has to be some discounts, right? That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, there have to be mathematically. There is a fixed economy that we are working in, and so every dollar that goes to one player, by definition, cannot go to another player.
Thank you for breaking that down.
I think so far, just judging everything, I think catchers have been the biggest discount so far. William Contreras for 16 and Adley Rutschman for 19. Evan Carter, by the way, is thrown out. He's up to 14. Reminder that his teammate Wyatt Langford went for 15. And there he goes. Scott, you won Evan Carter for 14. You just you drafted him in TGFBI. You drafted him in Tout Wars just the other day.
I'm an Evan Carter guy, apparently.
Are you the Evan Carter guy?
I apparently am. Yeah. I'm actually not that worried about the downside risk, and maybe this is maybe I'm being stupid.
No.
But he's technically a rookie, but I don't know. I feel like he's already proven himself. I'm not totally sure what the upside is for Evan Carter. Like, can he get to 20 homers? But I think he's going to deliver like Christian Yelich type numbers, and there's a chance he exceeds them given how young he is and how high his pedigree is. So I see him as kind of a safe play with upside in the outfield, which, like I said, I needed to fill out my outfield some.
And while you were talking, Scott, we heard a woo from Chris, and that was because Luis Castillo went up to $27.
Yep.
And Chris, you were in.
I was in up to about 24. That's where I have him valued. I'm apparently not going to overpay for pitching today.
All right, so Bo Bichette was just thrown out. Here's what we're going to do. Take another break. When we return, we'll let you know how much Bo Bichette went for right after this.
CBS celebrates Women's History Month.
Welcome back in. Bo Bichette still going, up to $24. Typically I would say a mid to late third round pick in 12-team Roto leagues. And he winds up going for the $24.
It's perfectly fine buy.
Yeah, I think that's all right. Scott already had Francisco Lindor. Chris, I think you were kind of in on the bidding there, right?
Yes, I have him for 23. I went up to 23.
Okay.
Trying to be disciplined.
I love it. Nate Lowe gets thrown out by, I believe, Scott for $1.
Yes,
He's up to 3. I did see a news item earlier on Thursday that Nate Lowe is dealing with some side soreness. So something that we'll have to monitor with him. And Chris, you don't care about side soreness. You're winning Nate Lowe for $5.
I mean, not a player that I necessarily, probably the first time I drafted Nate Lowe, maybe ever, honestly. But At least before that injury news, I have him as a $6 player. Projections like him even more. So $5 is fine for a corner infield. I'll move him into my corner infield now.
And Nate Lowe coming off a down year. If nothing else, he's still going to bat in the middle of one of the best lineups in baseball. So I believe the counting stats will be there. If I think he needs to be a little bit more aggressive, Nate Lowe. And if he does that, perhaps he can get back closer to what he did in 2022.
Yeah, 171 combined runs and RBI for him last season in a year where he certainly didn't hit up to his ceiling. So I think it's an okay buy.
So I throw out JT Realmuto, and he winds up going for $17.
To Dan Richards, defending champion. So that's his third player. He has the $43 Strider, the $40 Tatis, and now the $17 Realmuto.
$1 more than William Contreras. And I think it's defensible. If someone has Realmuto ranked higher than William Contreras, I think that's totally fine. But I keep throwing out catchers as my nominations just because I want to see where, again, the catcher market is going. And so far, I think they've been pretty good buys. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is a name that's out there coming off his second spring start where he wasn't as good. I think there's a little bit of an adjustment period here. No one on this podcast is panicking. And neither is Raymond Atherton, who won Yoshinobu Yamamoto for $26. We're still waiting for some of those discounts to come. It's not coming with elite starting pitching because Castillo went for 27, Yamamoto goes for 26, and now Zach Wheeler is thrown out there. So should be interesting to see where Zach Wheeler winds up here.
I am using a different keyboard than I normally do for typing, and I just typed 54 instead of 21, and boy, that would have been bad.
Zach Wheeler up to 27, 28. Make it $28.
I'm glad I didn't budget for an ace.
I may or may not have budgeted for an ace, and these are not the prices that I had budgeted for said aces.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to change the plan on the fly here. So
that's happened in every auction I've done, and NL only, AL only. Expected a little more there, I guess. But now in the mixed roto, the aces all go for more than I budgeted for, which is interesting because my not budgeted, then I project them for, which is interesting because the projected values are the same as the order I expect them to go in the draft. So it seems like they get elevated here. Like when people have their choice to do anything, get whoever they want, they do definitely want an ace, even if they're used to drafting one like a round later. I don't know if you followed what I was saying there.
I was responding to a chat message on YouTube, so
I give them the value I project the aces for is like a third or fourth round value, but they're going more like a second or third round cost. And so it's interesting that it plays out that way because, that's not how it plays out in a draft. They go in the third and fourth round. But
yeah,
in an auction, people decide they really do want one, and this is their only way to get it. So we're going to bid it up. At least in my experience this year, that's how it's gone.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. And some people might just have elite starting pitching value a little bit higher. Like it wouldn't surprise me if somebody wanted to take Zach Wheeler as like a, second or late second, early third round pick. I don't think that's completely
right. But why aren't they doing that in the drafts? Is my point. They're doing it in the auction. They're not doing it in the draft.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point. And Bo Naylor, another catcher thrown out there and winds up going for $7. So I believe we've had 4 catchers. The other 3 were the top 3, Adley, William Contreras, and JT Realmuto. And then Bo Naylor a little bit lower. Someone that we're all pretty excited about. Some power, some speed, good plate discipline for Bo Naylor.
It's too early. Like I feel like if Bo Naylor was the 240th player nominated, you could get him for $3.
I hate that this is happening right now. Yeah, these are guys that I think I would want to be in on. Even his brother, Josh Naylor.
Yeah, back-to-back Nailers. Look at that. We nailed it.
That had to be done on purpose, right? Like, see one Naylor, you got to throw out the other.
Somebody quick on their feet.
There you go.
Quicker than me.
Josh Naylor goes for $13. So we're starting to see some of the mid-tier players go, but
no discounts.
Still no discounts.
Yeah.
Look, it's going to come eventually, man.
Eventually. But it might be the discounts are your $4 players are going for $1 instead, which isn't that exciting.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Zach Gallen is the player thrown out. I can tell you, I will not be in on the bidding for Zach Gallen, so I can talk while this is happening. He's up to $20. Chris, part of the bidding on Zach Gallen.
And now I am no longer part of the bidding on Zach Allen.
Oh man, yeah. Pitching is going. He's up to $25. Zach Allen gone. $25 to Raz Beaton.
That's going to be really interesting, is I think there's one clear top pitcher left, and all the other ones have gone for like 26 or more, 25 or more. It's going to be real interesting to see what happens with that last one in the tier.
Yep, certainly will. Cody Bellinger is the name that's out there, and he is currently up for $16. To Scott White.
I'll take it, baby.
Yep, I'm looking
2
at
outfield spots filled for a combined $30.
and I'm looking
Bellinger
at
and Evan Carter.
your values on the site have Bellinger as a $20 player. So there you go. There's a discount.
I don't know that everybody would agree, but for me, yeah, it is.
It's a dollar.
And it might
more
be the
than I
first
have him
one.
for.
It might be the first one.
That means you have to take him off your bus list, by the way, Scott.
I'm contractually obligated to do that. You're right.
First closer, I believe, thrown out here. Yohan Duran.
Yeah,
Right.
wanted to see what the closer market might look like with one of the high end guys, but not the highest end. He went for $2 more than I have him. So
One day, somebody is going to have to explain to me what the fervor over Yohan Duran is, because I'm thinking, okay, he's a Camilo Doval, Jordan Romano level closer, but I see him sometimes be the first closer drafted. I'm like, what is going on? What am I missing about this guy?
I think the upside case, which I've seen in a few spots, Scott, is that he can be this year's Felix Bautista, just in terms of awesome ratios, massive strikeouts.
But don't you already have 3 closers who are basically that already? Hader and Williams and
But I guess
Edwin Diaz.
if you think Duran is in the same tier as those guys, then taking him first isn't that crazy.
It's
I don't
like
have him
just
in
a
that
big leap.
Diaz, obviously coming back from the injury. We just haven't seen him. He was apparently sitting 96, 98 in a intra-squad scrimmage the other day. I've seen some concern around Josh Hader and whether they're going to make him the whether he's going to get all the save opportunities. I think there's a question about it.
You've already said he's the
right. But like, are they going to have some flexibility? I don't think so. I don't think his role is going to be any different than it's been in recent years. So I don't think that's
Josh Eastwold in the chat. Have you watched him pitch, Scott?
Right. That's what I was going to say. It's like,
have you watched Josh Hader pitch?
Well, but I was going to say, like, watch one pitching ninja GIF, Scott, and you'll get why Yohan Duran is so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. CJ Abrams is the player that's out there, and there's a $19 bid on him. Why?
Oh, I was going to say that was about to be the second one to go for less than I project. Chris jumps in, beats you out at 20. Now he's at 21. Is CJ Abrams?
I've got him as a $20 player. I couldn't let a discount go.
I didn't even want Abrams, but I do have a few shortstops on here written down for.
I mean, you would have had to update your bus column too.
By the way, while we were having that Yohan Duran discussion, Pablo Lopez, the last of the ace caliber pitchers Chris was talking about, went for 28 to Chris. Going to resist.
The very talented Chris Towers, who is breaking down Yohan Duran while winning Pablo Lopez for $28.
Yeah, same price as Tarek Skubal, same price as Zach Wheeler, $1 more than Luis Castillo. I think that's probably fine.
Man, yeah, pitchers are going for a lot.
Gosman, if Gosman's okay, he was 23. That's going to stand out for sure.
Now, relatively speaking, the Gosman buy looks all right.
I'd be in a 24 for sure if I could go back and do it again.
I also only have him for 21 right now, so it's more than I budgeted for. But I also went $4 more than I have Pablo Lopez for, so it's all relative.
Willie Adames, while we were talking, went for $5. So just another one of those random play. Oh, he was thrown out by Scott. That makes sense.
It's a Dan Richards. Dan Richards won him.
Yes.
That
And
makes me think twice. Maybe I should have gone 6 on Willie Adames. Huh?
Willie Adames, by the way, entering a contract year. And, as a middle infielder for $5, yeah, I can turn out to be fine. Devin Williams up to 19. How much did Duran go for? 17. So
Yeah, that's
a little bit more.
reasonable.
I think that sounds about right. I threw out Devin Williams. Similar to the catchers, catcher and closer are, I think, very unique in their own ways. So I did want to throw those positions out a little bit earlier to see what the market looks like at both catcher and closer. And I feel like, Chris, you've been doing something similar. So Gunnar Henderson is the next player out there. He was slowed earlier in camp with an injury, but he's back. He's ready to go.
Homered in his first game back, I believe.
Yeah. All good there. For Gunnar.
For the people participating in the draft, watching, he sucks.
Oh, yeah. Like, totally should go for
$12 player at most.
Yeah, this is way more than. No, all right.
click bid.
Gunnar Henderson is up to $23 for those listening and wondering.
Yeah. Not a discount there.
No discount on Gunnar, who Chris and Scott both have for $24 on the site.
Mm-hmm.
And he's up to 25. So a little bit over that. I realize I haven't won a player in a long time. I'm getting a little bit antsy here.
You spent a lot, $lot of money, so maybe that's for the best.
Yeah, $70 combined on my Julio Rodriguez and $80 combined. What am I saying? $80 combined for Austin Riley and Julio. So got to chill out a little bit. And that's what I've done. Brian Reynolds is the next player out here. And he's up to 7 by me. Not anymore.
Yeah, it's going to keep going, I think.
No, it shouldn't.
You're gonna do the play-by-play every bid. Up, over 15, it keeps going. 16,
and it's gone.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds, same price as Cody Bellinger.
That's fine for both of them. I have them both as $15 players. They both went for 16.
Yep, I think that's fair. All right, and here we are. You guys, how many players have you guys won so far?
I have 5. I have Marcus Semien for 26, Jose Ramirez for 35, Nate Lowe for 5. I don't know. Kyle Tucker for 40 and Pablo Lopez for 28. That's one of those ones where it's just the Nate Lowe one's just like, yeah, that's a good value. I have him as a $7 player or whatever. And it's like, oh, I don't.
Yeah.
And I look at it and it's like, I don't actually, I'm not.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But on the other hand, there's something to be said for having some cost certainty on your team. Like he's a fine player for $5. I don't know.
Yeah. There's going to be discounts at some point. I do wonder if it'll come in the form of those corner and middle infielders, that are going for $5 now. Come on, Scott. What are we doing?
That was a jerk move from Scott.
It was a discount. It was a discount.
That was a jerk.
Very nice discount.
That was a jerk move, man.
I should have done
17.
it.
Scott got Nico Horner for 17. I had the $16 bid. Turns out Scott needed another Chicago Cubs.
I got him as a $20 player, but
you guys were yapping.
What a jerk.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I don't know. I may regret it because I'm running out.
I think you're going to regret it, Scott.
I
I think you already regret it, actually. I think you should have let me have him for 16. Zach Eflin. We all love Zach Eflin. Well, maybe not all of us, but I know Chris does.
Mm-hmm.
You want him in AL labor. No, Chris doesn't like this guy. What are we talking about?
Hate him.
I did not mean to do that bid, but okay. Yes, save me. All right. Yeah, that was one of those, again, sneaky where, things are moving fast. I pressed the $1 bid. Uh-oh. I had an $18 bid on Zach Eflin.
This is what I got Zach Eflin for in AL only.
$20 to Greg Lathrop.
Scott had the $19 bid, so he saved me, and then Greg came in.
And then Greg saved me.
It's worth noting, like, projection systems like Zach Eflin a lot more.
Oh, yes.
Than the humans.
Yes.
The humans. I gotta make sure I'm on budget here because everything is so different than I planned it out that I'm just not sure I've done the math right here. So I need to do some math real quick.
Do some math, Scott. I don't think you're going to be in on Edwin Diaz anyway, so you got a little time here to figure out what you want to do.
Oh no,
Edwin Diaz is somebody that Chris wants, apparently, up to $18.
I just wanted to make sure he didn't go for less than. If he went for less than Devin Williams, he would be on my team. I wanted to make sure he didn't go for less than Devin Williams.
And he goes $19 again to defending champ
Same price.
Dan Richards for again, that was Edwin Diaz for $19. Thanks again for everyone hanging out. We've got 250 people here watching us live. We do appreciate you. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And Tyler Glass now thrown out there. We've got to see what's going on with pitchers. There have been no discounts on the pitcher side so far. Will there be one with Tyler Glass now?
He's closing in on 20, but he's not there yet.
I'll bid 19.
Frank jumping in.
Ooh.
Chris jumping in.
Oh, you would have had to update your bus comm, Chris.
Yeah, look, I've got Tyler Glass now at 21. So just another one I wanted to make sure he didn't go for less than I had him for.
And he went for
22. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, Kevin Gosman went for 23 earlier, right? So that's, I guess, somewhat comparable.
I can't tell how much money I have. I can't read my handwriting well enough.
Yeah, look, for anyone who, this is really hard. It's really hard to podcast and keep track of things and bid on players and, you know.
Oh, wow, Frank, you're getting paid for it.
That's true. It would have been a lot better if I won Nico Horner, by the way. But this guy had to be an old meanie stealing from me.
Yeah, it was kind of a budget buster. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm glad I did it. But you know what? I didn't want stolen bases to be a problem.
All right, you can have him, Chris. Up or not.
Oh.
Yandy Diaz was the bid. I was in. I did want some Yandy action, but he's up to 13. I think I bid 9 and 11. Chris outbid me both times. And then J.R. Fenton comes in with the $13 bid.
It was a very slow volley, but he ended up being over what I projected again by $1. 13.
Mm-hmm. All right, here's what we're going to do on the podcast side of things. We're going to sign off part one of our live salary cap auction draft here. But when we return, we'll be back with part 2 of this live draft. Welcome back in Fantasy Baseball today, part 2, hour 2 of our live 12-team Roto Salary Cap / auction draft. We are in the thick of things right now. Yandy Diaz, $13. We were waiting for Scott to tilt. I think maybe it's been me so far on the edge.
Yeah.
So far, not great.
Oh, I have some concerns. I was $15. I had $15 less than I thought I did.
Oh, yeah,
So
that'll.
It keeps track of it in the draft room. You don't have to do any math.
Right, but I have a certain amount I want to spend on each position, and according to that.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Didn't want to go 25 on Altuve.
No, not at all. Okay, good.
Okay.
Oh, Chris got saved. All right, so Jose Altuve is the player that was thrown out. I think you won Semien earlier, right, Chris?
Yeah.
You got
or 26 exactly.
You hit the +1 button, right?
Yep.
+$1. Never hit the +1 button, Chris.
I always hit the +1 button.
Well, you are a reckless renegade.
I live my life on the +1 button, Scott.
Wait, Scott, do you punch in a number?
Every time. Every single time.
Wow.
Oh, I don't do that either. Maybe I should. Maybe I should be doing that. I do the +1 as well, so living life on the edge here. Aaron Savali went for $5 while we were talking.
There's another one I threw out for one just to see.
Well, don't do that, Chris. Come on, man. Manny Machado.
Oh, nice value to Greg Lathrop.
That's $20.
I have him for 20.
That one kind of snuck on by while we're talking here.
All right. Well,
Scott, up with the nomination. You have $103 left. Your max bid is 87 in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
That was actually, I don't know if the draft room was working for you or not during labor, Frank, but our labor draft was not calculating the max bids correctly.
Oh, it's
for our draft, and we didn't realize it until about 170 nominations in.
Yeah, it's tough. You've got to. I was calculating it by hand during labor just to make sure I had the right money left. Starling Marte is thrown out for, I think, $1 by Scott. And he's up to 4. And Greg Lathrop. Oh,
if I needed speed,
snipes.
I would have been in on 5, but I'm okay on speed.
I'm just realizing now that I have the most money left in the draft. Not that I'm bragging. I don't know that that's a good thing. I missed out on a lot of really good players. So
Gotta start pushing people around.
I think
It's probably a good thing considering you got 2 studs.
Could drop the hammer a little bit.
It's not like the values have really started yet. I mean, I thought Manny Machado was a value, but it seems like there's not consensus there. So,
I mean, relatively speaking, I have him for 20. He went for 20.
Yeah.
Scott, I just threw out your boy Biceps, aka Randy Arozarena.
Yeah, mine are just as big as his.
I'm going with another Tampa. We're calling him muscle hamster. That's what I'm going with.
I love that. Yeah. Throwback to Doug Martin back.
Yeah, we're keeping it in the Tampa Bay, St. Pete area.
I think I saw a Rays beat writer do the same thing.
Randy
I didn't even realize there was a Tampa Bay connection there, so that's probably how he thought of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Who was the original muscle hamster?
Doug Martin.
Doug Martin, Buccaneers running back. That's
the muscle hamster. Come on,
one of the great fantasy performances of all time. He had that 300-yard 5 touchdown game or whatever it was.
So Frank is celebrating. He won the new muscle hamster, Randy Arozarena, for 21.
And I actually really like that because I had him written down for $24 here. So I got Randy for 21. I wanted a speedy outfielder, and that's what I got. My outfield too. I've got Julio and I've got Randy Arozarena. So some power and speed from both. Royce Lewis is out there. All the talent in the world. Can he stay on the field? That is the question. If he does, could turn out to be a great buy. And he's up to $17. Going once. Going twice.
It's a good buy.
That seems like a good buy because Machado went for 20.
Yeah, I got Lewis for 19.
In a lot of drafts, I feel like Lewis and Machado go around a similar spot. So $3 less there on Royce Lewis.
I just can't do anything for a while. Unless it's for a particular need of mine that I'm not going to speak into existence.
Well, come on, Scott. We're trying to help the listeners out there. You got to let us know what you're thinking.
I'll find out eventually.
You got to stick around to find out.
Unless it's after we stop recording, and then that's screwed.
It'll be out there on YouTube, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Come on.
I thought you were going to get him.
That would have been a great buy, man. Evan Phillips is the name that's out there.
Not a great buy.
I hate when this happens. You almost had him at $10. He goes down to 1 second left on the clock, and now he's $15.
$15.
How did that happen?
Number 5 closer?
How did that happen?
I don't know. Too many people hitting the +1 button.
Yeah, honestly, that might have been. Everyone hit +1 at the same time. And Evan Phillips winds up going for $15. So, Taraz Beaton. Great player. Here we go. David Bednar. Oh, this should be interesting.
Oh, broken Bednar.
That's not nice.
What did Aroldis Chapman go for when I threw him out there earlier?
3.
Okay. He went for $3. David Bednar currently dealing with an injury to his lat. So
11.
Nice. That could be a really good value.
I almost hit, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
You know what I told myself coming in, Chris, is that if I could get Bednar for a discount and then pair him with Chapman, it's something that I would do. The fact that Chapman's already gone, I didn't want to go the extra dollar on Bednar. So, and he still could turn out to be a great value. He might be ready by opening day, and this will turn out to be awesome for David Bednar. Ryan Jeffers thrown out there for $1. There you go. Get your catch two early on.
He should win him for $1, but he doesn't. But he doesn't because that's the stage we're in. And I'm looking at everybody's budgets. Like I thought I was in trouble with $103 left. There's only like 4 people with more money than that. We're all feeling it right now.
Spend that money, Scott. Can't take it with you.
Got that right.
Jackson Churio, Scotty.
See, now what usually happens is we take a break right around 100 picks in. And that's usually the part where everyone slows down. But we're not taking that break at 100 picks. We're taking it a little later. And I'm interested to see how that impacts the Because that's what I noticed in my AL only labor, that we took our first break and things slowed down dramatically. That was when I started getting back in the bidding. It's an interesting like psychological thing that happens, I think.
It was the opposite in mine, Chris. In my labor, we came out of the break and everyone must have realized, crap, I have money left. And we got these bidding wars on random players like Jack Sawinski and
well, because you guys didn't spend as much on the high end players.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
Jackson Trio, by the way, went for $14, $1 less than Wyatt Langford.
I mean, in theory, I wanted Jackson Chorio for 15 and he was right there, but I can't. That's just not where I am with my budget anymore. Couldn't afford to go 15.
Yeah, I have him for 13, so
I didn't do that.
Yeah, Scott got in there with the +1. That's
why you don't hit the +1 button, Frank.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I love Logan Webb, so I'll take him. $24, a little bit more than I think I would like to spend on Logan Webb.
No discount.
No discount, indeed. Again, that's $1 more than Kevin Gosman earlier. So I've got Logan Webb. I got my SP1. All right.
Torkelson.
Yes, Spencer.
Remember that show on the Disney Channel, The Torkelsons?
I do not.
I don't.
That's what I think about every time I think of Spencer Torkelson. I also think of home runs.
I think of a drunk Dr. Kelso in Scrubs.
Ooh.
Oh, you jerk.
Scott is a jerk today, man. I almost got Nico Horner for, I think, $16. Scott jumped in last second.
Screw it.
Chris almost got Torkelson for 9. Scott jumps in.
Now you went in at 12, Chris. You missed your chance at 11. So you were tilting. You were tilting. We've all had a tilt moment.
I see Scott's strategy today. He didn't want to be the only one on tilt, so he's messing with the rest of us.
I didn't think I was going to get it in time. I really would have taken Torkelson for 10, but he ended up going for 12.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, Jose Alvarado, Chris throws him out for $3 and he won't get him because there was another bid for $4. Jose Alvarado could wind up being the closer for the Phillies. He's certainly talented enough, but under Rob Thompson, there have been moments where there have been times when he does use a set closer. There have been other times where he's kind of bounced around, closer by committee. There are certainly talented pitchers in that bullpen between Jeff Hoffman, Orion Kerkering. So we'll see what happens with Jose Alvarado. He's up to $9, by the way.
And the thing with Alvarado is even if he's not the closer, he's going to get some saves. And his ratios are going to be dominant.
Massive strikeouts, too. The whip might be a little high, Chris, because he does walk some batters, but I think the ERA and the strikeouts will be pretty awesome for Alvarado.
I'm very surprised he's at $11.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking 6, maybe.
I thought I might be able to sneak him through at 3.
That was another one that it just slow rolled, right? It's all right. Do I want Alvarado? Do I not? And then everyone slowly starts bidding away, and Alvarado winds up going for $11. Adolis Garcia, who, according to my rankings, is the best player left on the board. Best hitter, left on the board. He's currently going for 17, and it seems really low. Chris jumps in for $18. And all right, someone's got to do something about this, right?
Do it, Frank. Do it.
Right?
Do it.
Oh my God.
I love that. I am thrilled about that. That is not necessarily a player I was actively targeting, but for $18, Adolis Garcia, I'm thrilled with that.
That Garcia Torkelson pairings.
Wow.
Take you places.
I think I probably should have done that. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's good. You have him for $21. You got him for 18.
You got him for 18. You got him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Yeah. In the rankings for $21, and Chris wound up getting for 18.
Right.
All right. So
yeah, you have him. You're the highest. You have him for 24.
Should have been in there, Frank. It's your chance. That was your big moment. No.
You see, Scott, there's a plan. You got to stick to the plan.
Everyone always has a plan.
That was great. After Adolis Garcia, Josh Hader, another elite closer, up to $18. I think so. Duran went for 17. Devin Williams and Edwin Diaz went for 19. Hader for 18. Okay.
Yep, that's where we're at.
Sounds about right.
No discounts for the high-end closers. No discounts for any closer except for David Bednar, maybe.
Yeah, relatively speaking, I don't like the prices that Evan Phillips for 15 too. That was tough. I almost got him for 10.
Bednar was 11, right?
I think $11 for David Bednar. Scott throws out Salvador Perez and slowly climbing up here. Scott, I know you have him in your bust 2.0, I believe.
Yeah, way to talk down the price there on old Salvi.
Yeah.
How the turntables.
Yeah,
Salvador Perez, I was salivating over him 2 years ago, and now I'm calling him a bust.
That you are. Why are you out, Scott?
Because he's at $12 and I have him at 4.
Oh no, I just meant in general. Like, why is
why am I out of? Oh yeah. So he's old. His 90 games at catcher last year were his fewest, excluding 2020, since he first broke in as a catcher. They're fading him. Freddie Fermin is a good alternative behind the plate, and now they have Vinny Pasquantino healthy again at first, do the Royals. They also have Nelson Velasquez healthy for DH. So I'm not sure they're a great. I'm not sure there's going to be as many at-bats available to Salvador Perez at those two spots. And if he is not a playing time standout at catcher, then he loses a lot of his luster.
All right. George Kirby is the pitcher thrown out there. And Scott White is in. Known George Kirby enthusiast, Scott White. For $22 less than I got Logan Webb. So
Good money don't make money.
I threw Kirby out there knowing that I won Logan Webb because I wanted to see how much he went for because I was not going to be on the bidding. And yeah, that confirms what I thought. I overspent for Logan Webb. So there you go.
There's an interesting one because Nolan Jones, did he play today?
I believe he was supposed to, but I
Yeah,
will find that out.
he did not play today.
Nolan Jones, who was a little banged up with a
Back injury. Yeah.
Optimism that he was supposed to play on Thursday, dealing with lower back tightness. Scott and Chris are not worried about it because they're just both bidding, and Chris is in. Obviously, huge year for Nolan Jones last year. He went 2020 in not a full season's worth of playing time. So for those watching, you could see what just happened. Chris was about to win Nolan Jones for 16.
I was like going to my other tab, writing 16 down.
Yeah, and then Greg Lathrop went in at 17 very late. Chris, was that one of those things where someone bids you late?
100%. It's my worst trait.
Yeah.
In an auction league is that if it gets down to the last second and someone bids me up, I will bid up immediately. And you know what? I didn't do that with Torkelson, and it cost me $1. Mm-hmm. I waited and I didn't immediately bid up when Scott bid me up, and I ended up paying 12 instead of 11. I really like my team so far, but I don't have a lot of money left, so we'll see what the rest of it looks like.
Yeah, you won Nolan Jones for $18, the same price as Adolis Garcia. And Henry Davis is the name that's thrown out there, who has looked great so far this spring, worked with Driveline Baseball this offseason. Has, I believe, 3 home runs, one of which came off of Corbin Burns this spring. And
I think all of his home runs have been like off legit major league pitchers.
You know, part of the reason Henry Davis looks so great this spring, no batting gloves. Such a good look.
I mean, he like aesthetically extremely pleasing.
It is amazing. Amazing. Here we go. Back-to-back sleeper picks / breakout picks for Chris. Henry Davis went for $6. Now Mason Miller is thrown out there, who's looked amazing this spring as well. I know that the Oakland A's have mentioned other pitchers that they want to be in the closer mix, and they want to use Mason Miller in a multi-inning relief role. That has been the rumor surrounding Mason Miller. There was an article written the other day by, I believe, Martin Gallegos of MLB.com, where he speculated Mason Miller is so good, they might not have a choice but to put him in the closer role.
Well, that's what I said the other day. When I think in breakouts, whichever one we were talking about him in, is just he's going to be the closer at some point. It's just a question of, does it happen in spring training, or do we have to wait until April?
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. I tried to put in a $5 bid for Jordan Romano, and it turns out he's $13.
Well,
That didn't work.
Yeah.
Greg
Understandable.
Lathrop in on Jordan Romano's up to $15.
There are going to be some amazing discounts, right? I mean, I don't think Romano at 15 was too high. It's just for the as little money as is left. It's kind of surprising he was able to get up to 15.
And each of us have Jordan Romano for $15.
Yep.
In our rankings. So
Mm-hmm.
that's an okay buy. That's fair.
Yeah, in a vacuum, but I'm saying in the context of this draft,
in the context of how much money's been spent already.
Yeah.
Blake Snell still waiting to find out where he's going to play this year. I don't believe I've seen any rumors recently. I mean, the latest, we heard that the Yankees, the Giants could be in.
Angels.
Maybe the Angels. Yeah, I know. Blake Snell, I believe, is from Seattle, so he's a West Coast guy. Obviously pitched in San Diego, where he won the Cy Young last year.
And Michael Bowman, I think that's how you pronounce his last name. Also, I think that's how you pronounce his first name. On Fangraphs, wrote a piece today. Something like, how long can we wait? Can the free agent pitchers wait before things get weird? And he looked at like the history of free agent pitchers signing this late. There didn't really seem to be any signal there as far as like, you can point to guys who signed late and it kind of blew up their season. You can point to guys who were successful. It doesn't really seem with the relatively small sample size we're dealing with that there's like a good reason to be optimistic or pessimistic.
Blake Snell wound up going for $17, and Kyle Schwarber looks like he might go for 15.
Yeah, it's a solid buy.
That's a
Good
pretty
one.
good buy as well.
It does create batting average difficulties,
Yes.
unless he, rebounds to hit 230 or something this year. Didn't happen last year. The batting average got lower. I'm looking at Dan Richards' team, and there's not a lot of batting average to compensate for the Schwarber buy. So I'm not one to doubt Dan Richards, the great.
Go
Dan
spend an
Richards.
extra $1 for Luis Arias.
Something like that. Yeah.
Might make sense. Christian Encarnacion Strand.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
That was one of those ones where I looked, he was $5. I looked at my value and I had him for $8, and I was like, sure. And then I was like, wait, I have a corner infielder and a first baseman already.
Torkelson and Lowe. Lowe almost came back to get you there, but Chris Mitchell bailed you out and got Christian Encarnacion Strand for 7.
Who would you rather have, Chris? Encarnacion Strand for 7 or Nate Lowe for 5?
What did Josh Naylor go for?
I think 12 or 13.
13. Okay, yeah. I was going to say Josh Naylor. I guess I'd rather have Lowe. He's on my team already.
So you are contractually
he's
obligated.
Well, he's just already ingratiated. We got his uniform printed. It would be a whole thing to try to, change it up at this point.
Yep. Yuri Perez. Thrown out there by Chris, and I'll have a question for you in just a second, Chris, regarding Yuri Perez once he goes. Up to $16. Going once, going twice.
I mean, it's again in a vacuum. That's about what I have him for. But at what point, how little money needs to be left before we start seeing some discounts? We've seen a few. We've seen a handful, but consistent discounts.
Yeah, it's a good question, Chris. Scott, I have the most money left, so maybe I should bid on someone eventually.
But by the way, I don't think we ever mentioned Blake Snell went for 17.
Yep.
So did we mention that?
We did.
Okay. Yeah, bit of a discount there, like George Kirby 22, Blake Snell 17, and Logan Webb was what, 25?
24. Framber Valdez currently up to $13. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll let you know how much Valdez went for here on Fantasy Baseball Today.
The blackout mystery remains.
Welcome to March Madness. You just never know in the tournament who is going to shine.
Stream March Madness live on any device, anywhere, and be ready for anything.
Welcome back in. You missed some fireworks while we were gone. Framber Valdez, Chris and I were bidding back and forth.
A steal, some might say.
$19. It's not bad. I think
it's $2 less than I have him for.
I bid 18, so I was down to get him as my SP2. But it's not in the stars for me to get Framber Valdez. Chris, I did want to ask about Yuri Perez. Did you throw him out there because you wanted him, or you just wanted to test the market and see what was
I wanted to see how, because Grayson and Bobby Miller and Tanner Bybee, if you include him in that range, like Scott does, they're all still available. So I wanted to see like how much is this gonna cost.
Mm-hmm. All right, Emmanuel Clase, another one of those top tier closers, $17, the same price as Yohan Duran. Who would you guys rather have, Duran or Clase?
Class A.
I believe I have. Do I have Duran ranked ahead of him? I'm not sure.
I think I have them back to back with Clase one spot higher. Yes, that's exactly.
I have Duran one spot higher.
Oh, all right. Nathan Eovaldi is the player thrown out. Scott, again, throwing out the players that maybe should go for $1 or $2, and they're going for like 5 or 6.
But I think I have all of the elite closers just at 15. I think like the top 5 at least are all $15.
That's what you have them projected for.
Yeah. So like I did jump in on Class A at 14, I think, and he went for 17. So
do any of us have a closer yet?
I do not.
I do not.
Frank? I do not either. I only have 4 players.
Oh my goodness.
I'm lagging behind here. I've got some ideas. Don't worry.
I mean, there's plenty of good players left.
Yeah.
Might work out well.
Will Smith is a good player. The catcher, by the way.
Yeah.
They might both be good players. Will Smith, the closer on the Royals, we think. I was about to bid. We can't let you win Will Smith.
That was
$5, Chris.
$8 for Will Smith was going to be. Yeah, Frank, you got to make up some. I got 9 players already. We're whipping you.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Should I win Will Smith
for 15? That's what I have him for.
Well,
I project him for.
He went to 15.
Have is a misleading verb, and I keep trying to keep us straight on it.
I see an injury next to Sean Murphy. What's going on?
Dan Richards welcoming Will Smith back to his championship team. Won him for 20 last year. Won him for 15.
That's going to make the ring ceremony even easier. You know, they don't have to wait until he comes into town or anything.
Very nice. Sean Murphy. I clicked on the injury news. He was sidelined with a stomach bug. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Be okay.
Hope he feels better.
Josh Lowe thrown out there dealing with some hip inflammation. The team hopes that he should be ready for baseball activities by next week. But if not, then we will have a little bit more concern. He's up to $11 to Scott, and we know Scott likes Josh Lowe quite a bit. $12. I believe it was one of 8 or 9 players to go 20 homers, 30 plus steals last year.
And it was by far the lowest ranked of those players. Chris is going to get him, it looks like, because I'm not going 14. Chris is going to get him at 13. Yes, he will.
All right.
I would have rather had Josh Lowe for 13 than Nico Horner for 17.
Scott, check out my outfield.
You could have let me.
You're gonna be jealous.
You could have let me have Nico Horner for 16, Scott.
I could have. I got caught up in the value game versus the needs game. That is a good outfield. Chris's outfield: Kyle Tucker, Adolis Garcia, Nolan Jones, and Josh Lowe. That's. I envy it. I do.
The plan is coming together. I've got $34 as my max bid now, so probably need to sit out.
Let's go Rangers, by the way, Chris. You got Semien, Nate Lowe, and Adolis Garcia on that team. All right. Jung-Hoo Lee, who's looked pretty good so far in the spring.
Yeah, I got to move him up in my rankings.
Some big exit velocities so far.
Is that true?
Well, it was like
high.
I know that
it was like 110, I think.
One max EV, which, look, frankly, I was not expecting. I mean, most of what we heard is, it doesn't hit the ball all that hard. So, I mean, to see a 110 this early from Jung-Hoo Lee.
There are a lot of players in the league that are incapable of hitting the ball. A lot of good players.
Jung-Hoo Lee went for $5, by the way, which that could be
incapable of 110. Yeah,
that could be a value for Jung-Hoo Lee.
That's fine.
Willie Castro all right. He's up to $4. He's got third base outfield eligibility, 30 plus steals last year. Not sure that he will be an everyday player to start the year, but the Minnesota Twins maybe have the most injury-prone players on their roster. The most collectively. Like, they have a lot of players on their team that are injury-prone. So there are many ways for Willie Castro to get himself into playing time this year. Next up is Aaron Nola. And who was the last pitcher that went? Framber Valdez went for 19.
I feel like Nola's got to go for at least that much.
Yeah, I just jumped it to 10. I'll take him for 10. That's not going to happen, obviously. But yeah, let's keep this moving along, guys. You know, I would recommend anyone out there, if you want to, when you nominate an upper tier player, maybe nominate him for more than $1. We can keep this moving along here. And Scott, you're in. Aaron Nola's up to, all right, $19.
I might be out at that amount.
Same price as Framber Valdez, which I think makes sense. And
yeah, I couldn't pull the trigger.
All right, no Aaron Nola for Scott.
Yeah, he went to 19. He was $19. He went to Greg Lathrop. And I'm just a little worried about the ERA, and I don't have enough money to counteract any potential damage that could come from that ERA. Like, I have to be more particular about my pitching staff than that.
Mm-hmm. Xander Bogaerts is currently going for $9, which
I almost got him for $7, and then
yeah, I mean, that's just
one of those ones where it's like, thank you for bidding.
I don't even want Xander Bogaerts, but I mean, I'll take him for $10 if that's what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a great value.
I tried to get in there. Dang it!
There you go. That's the turning. Here we are at the turning of the tides.
Did I just win, Chris? Did I win the draft?
I think so.
I actually now have Xander Bogaerts on 2 teams that I'm playing out this year, not by design. NL Labor, I think I won Bogaerts for 18. He wasn't part of the plan. He's going for really cheap. You know, he went 19 homers, 19 steals last year. I think he could go, 20, 15 this season with a really good batting average. So I'll take that from Bogaerts.
I think that's great.
Max Fried, another starting pitcher, up to $18. People want their pitching. 19. Max Fried entering a contract year, by the way. Dealt with a forearm strain last year, which limited him. Whenever he's on the mound the past 3 years, he's been awesome. It's just, how much do you worry about the forearm maybe kind of creeping up again this year? That's what
definitely a concern.
Yeah. All right. Max Fried winds up going for $19, the same price as Nola, the same price as Framber Valdez. And now we get
that all makes sense.
O'Neal Cruz.
Freddie Peralta. Any bold predictions what he's going to go for?
Let's say 18.
$19.
Yeah.
That seems
what I was thinking.
O'Neal. Gosh.
By the way, I'm keeping track of all the prices and like who's going for more and less in my spreadsheet. And I'm missing 2 players and I have no idea who it is.
That's always the worst, Chris.
It's the worst. I just like,
if you miss a single thing, it just sets you back while you're trying to track in a draft like this.
No discount for O'Neal Cruz.
0 discount.
So I'm actually very happy that I won Bogaerts now, because the plan here was O'Neal Cruz for $15 to $20, and I've got Bogaerts now, so that makes it easier that I didn't get him. O'Neal Cruz went for 20, by the way, and I was not going to go 21 for him, so that sucked, man. I want O'Neal Cruz on a team, and
did I overshoot it?
You might have.
I overshot it.
Chris threw out Walker Buehler for $5. That could turn out okay, Chris. I mean,
I have him for 7 in my values, but I overshot it.
We have IL spots in this league. The latest report we saw on Thursday was that Walker Buehler threw
apparently looked really good today. And
through 2 innings in I think like a sim game or something like that.
Yeah.
So I understand throwing out a guy at 2, because if you throw out a guy at 1, you never have a chance for him at 2. The best you have is 3. But I don't really understand going straight to 5. You're just hoping you catch people by surprise and they don't have enough time to react while they're looking for what they value him as.
I was going to do 4, and then I was like, let's do 5. It's fine. And I can't say that the thought, obviously I'm fine with Walker Buehler, but I was hoping someone would push it to 6.
Pitching, Freddie Peralta. You asked us to predict how much he would go for, and I said 18.
We underdid it.
Someone said 19. You went $21. But he was very clearly, at least for me, the top ranked pitcher on the board. We just did Bust 2.0 yesterday. Chris, I thought you did a good job weighing the downside of Freddie Peralta. He's awesome. Strikeouts are there, but does have an injury of shoulder injuries and doesn't go very deep into his starts consistently. But the strikeout upside is massive. There's no doubt about that with Freddie Peralta.
210 last year on only 165 and 2/3 innings.
Jazz Chisholm is thrown out, and I was going to wear my Jazz jersey for this draft. To be honest, I just didn't have enough time. It's been a very, very long day. Lots going on. But Jazz is up to 13. I think O'Neal Cruz is kind of
Jazz-like, yeah.
fair comp, right? So, and O'Neal Cruz just went for 20. So we'll see if Jazz could get up to there at least. He's at 18, 19. Let's go. One more.
You know what Jazz's number should have been? 4-4. That's a little music joke for you guys.
Aha.
Did you know I played in band all 4 years of high school, Chris?
Wow.
I did not. Wow. You're in the band.
I figure if you had guessed, if we had polled the audience and said who was most likely to have been in high school band for 4 years, I think it probably would have gone like Scott and I right near the top, battling it out, and you way below. So that's a bit of an upset.
Would you like to guess? You guys could guess what instrument I played.
I'm gonna guess tuba.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Tuba. It was not the tuba. Mike Trout thrown out, by the way. You guys could just continue guessing the instrument.
Clarinet.
Not the clarinet.
Did you and my wife talk about this once?
We might have.
Did you play like bassoon?
No.
That's not a marching band instrument, is it?
We were not a marching band. It was just a symphonic band.
Oboe.
Not an oboe.
Okay.
Jazz, by the way, went for 19, and Mike Trout goes for $1 more.
I'd rather have Trout.
Trumpet. That's right. Here you go, Scott.
The trumpets.
It is my nomination. We haven't thrown one of these out in a while. That would be a closer. And so I throw out Raisel Iglesias, and we'll see. Yeah. Trumpet. I got a trumpet a couple years ago for Christmas. I don't play it enough.
I was getting the feeling Mike Trout was going to go for way too little here, but $20 is spot on for my projections. So,
all right. Is this our first closer value?
Go me!
Raisel Iglesias, the first closer to go for less than I have him for.
Yeah,
$14.
So
I have him for 15.
Remembering that Jordan Romano went for 15 earlier, I was willing to go up to 15 for Raisel Iglesias, and I got it for 14. So
all right, now remember, Yuri Perez went for 17. Grayson Rodriguez just nominated. Let's see.
Oh gosh, and there's been
Yuri Perez went for 16.
No discount on pitching whatsoever. So we shall see with Grayson Rodriguez, who's up to 11, 12, 13. Last year, before being sent down to the minors, disappointment for Grayson. Once he returned, he was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome indeed. And I know his first spring start or second, whichever one happened last week, wasn't the best. Oh, how dare you?
He has surpassed Yuri, so there's a consistency.
Yeah, I had Grayson at 16. That was the winning bid, and not anymore. He goes for $17. Did not want to go for 18. Perhaps I regret it. I only got Logan Webb. That's my only starting pitcher. I do have Raisel Iglesias. So,
all right.
Yep, I did want.
Grayson goes for $1 more than Yuri Perez. He's got fewer innings concerns, fewer injury concerns, and more, I think, similar per inning upside. So that's reasonable.
Yeah, I think Grayson. That's probably fair value at $17. And Logan Gilbert is the next pitcher out, and he's up to $13. 14, 15, 16,
He's
17.
Gonna keep going.
Going once.
You gonna get him, Frank? 17? That's pretty good.
I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah. Have there been any, like, I'm trying to think, where could we have got in on pitcher value? Kevin Gausman, was that the only one?
Yeah, there just hasn't been any so far, really.
I mean, I think my George Kirby for 22.
That is pretty good. Yeah. $2 less than Logan Webb. That's not bad.
But I think I'd rather have. So Logan Gilbert was 18. George Kirby was 22. I think I'd rather have Logan Gilbert for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have Gilbert and Kirby very, very similar. So, yeah. I'm happy with my Framber for 19.
Is that your only pitcher so far, Chris?
No, I have Pablo Lopez, Framber Valdez, and Walker Buehler.
Oh, look at you.
Woo.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I have $30, $41 left.
Scott, how many pitchers do you have, Scott?
I have one. George
yeah.
Kirby.
George Kirby. All right, you and I are in the same boat. So I've got Logan Webb. You've got Kirby.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Scott, there's not that many pitchers left.
I mean, there's
There are a lot of pitchers.
hundreds
Well,
of pitchers left.
All right. Let me retract.
There
this.
aren't many good pitchers
There
left.
aren't many pre-glob pitchers left. Let me
Yeah,
say it
that's
that way.
fair. That's fair. I'm
that could-
gonna.
Oh, man, that could be a good value. Luis
Yeah,
Campusano
true.
just snuck on by for $3
That's no. That's
in a
not.
2-catcher league. That's
Mm.
pretty good.
What do you have him as? The 7? What do you have him projected for?
Campusano, I have him for $3. So
Okay.
there you go, Scott. Kodai Senga up to 4 to Chris. Team injury discount.
Yeah, I didn't want Kodai Senga and Walker Buehler, but if it was going to be $4, I'll take it.
Will it be $6?
It was not going to be $4.
Scott, who is on Senga now for 7, going once.
I got a lot of investment in Senga. I hope he's back sooner than later.
Well, there was a report earlier on Thursday for Kodai Senga.
Making good progress.
The Mets have been encouraged by Kodai Senga's recovery progress so far from the shoulder strain.
So I got him for 7.
Yet to begin a throwing program, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Speaking of injury discounts, Tommy Edman, I believe, likely to start the year on the IL at this point, recovering from off-season wrist surgery, and he's up to $3. It's always hard to normally. How much would Edman go for if he was healthy? 10 to $12, something like that. So I don't know. Is getting him for half that good enough?
A lot of versatility. Dan Richards is the high bidder, so it must be a good idea.
He is the
Defending champion. I don't know if you heard.
He is the champ.
He ran away with it.
I feel like, Scott, all it would take to get you to join a cult is just tell you that the leader won his championship last year and you're in. You will follow them.
Tommy Edman went for $6. So again, if he's normally a $10 to $12 player,
That's fine.
yeah, it might go for half price right now. Noelvi Marte thrown out for 4. Favorite of one Scotty Dubs.
I do like Noel V. Marte, and I do have a corner infield spot out. Do I want to do this? I'm not
think
sure I'm going to
so.
get the option.
I think you do.
Do I? Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I didn't realize what you were doing was legitimately trying to convince yourself on the spot, or if that was just like a rhetorical question. But there you go. And you got him, Scott.
$8.
Noelvi Marte.
I realized I had a third base spot too, in addition to a corner infield spot.
Look at
So-
the consistency. You got him on Tout Wars. You got him here.
I think
in
that's
the
it.
Memorial Magazine League.
Yeah.
And
Two
Stephen
teams.
Kwan. Stephen Kwan thrown out for $1.
You know
Did you
what?
guys see the report that the Guardians are looking to sacrifice some of their contact skills for more power this year?
Mm-hmm.
Does that change your outlook on any of like a Stephen Kwan? I mean, that's probably his biggest skill, right? The ability to.
Yeah, I don't know how much that stuff matters. You know, Stephen Kwan is such an extreme contact hitter. I don't think that's going to change based on like one off season. Decent value there for $3, but would have been regardless.
Mm-hmm. Paul Goldschmidt is out for $11, 12, up to 12. Stephen Kwan went for $3, by the way. It's so hard to know with players like Kwan because, again, later on they might go for $1 or $2. So
Yeah.
I mean, whatever.
Well, I mean, he went for $3.
If you spend an extra $1, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not the worst thing, but I guess it does add up over the course of the draft. Paul Goldschmidt for 14.
That's good.
That could turn out to be a value. I know, Scott, you're a little bit worried about the production against fastballs last year, but
Yeah, no, he's a bust candidate, but this is well under his projected amount. I don't think the money pool can sustain much more than that, you know?
Chris Sale currently up to 13. No, he's not, because Scott White wants him
Mm.
for 14. Was that a good? That didn't sound like a
Because there's not going to be any sales here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I had to, but
Frank, don't laugh at that.
No, I'm not laughing at Scott's winning bid. I was laughing at your joke.
I know. Don't laugh at that.
Why not?
Don't encourage it.
Oh, sorry. Scott won Chris Sale for $14, and he's working on a nomination. We'll take our final break. When we return, we'll get thoughts. Scott's, was that good grunt? Was that grunt a good one or a bad one on Chris Sale? We'll find out right after this.
The Scudetto, where the soul of Italy meets the pinnacle of calcio. Catch Serie A on CBS Sports Network and streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back in. Scott won Chris Sale for $14. Was that a good grunt or a bad grunt, Scott?
it was, I guess I have to do this grunt because it was the fourth best pitcher available, and he's a good strikeout pitcher. And I got George Kirby as my only other pitcher, not a good strikeout pitcher. At least I don't think so.
Right.
And so I felt like it was a necessary pairing, and I didn't feel confident I'd get any. I didn't feel confident that Bobby Miller, Jesus Luzardo, or Dylan Cease would go for less than 14. So, I hope Chris Sale stays healthy. I think he has a lot of upside. I think he has ace upside still, but obviously the concerns are what they are.
After Chris Sale for 14, Christian Yelich went for $15, and then I threw out Camilo Doval for 9. He's up to 12. And part of my strategy with nomination later on in the draft is once I have covered a position, I like to throw out other players at that position, which I know I'm not going to be bidding on. So I won Raisel Iglesias before for 14. And Chris, you got Doval for 13. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one of those closers that I have for 15, and all the other ones went for like 18, 19. So that's a pretty big discount there.
Mm-hmm. Matt McClain, currently out there for 8, and he is dealing with an oblique injury.
Yeah, earlier this week they were talking about like he's going to play in a game by the end of this week, and then I haven't seen any updates since then. I don't think there's been a setback, but he hasn't played yet that I've seen.
I have not seen that either, and I think what they said, could make his Cactus League debut later this week. That's Matt McClain we're talking about.
And that was like on Monday or something.
And there's still time for that to happen. Obviously, there's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we'll see. He went for $13, which
it's a little bit of a discount.
It's a little bit of a discount. Yeah.
I mean, Nico Horner was 17. Remember? Yeah. So I would call that a discount. And I just don't think I don't think there's enough money out there to support a bid much larger than that for anybody. You know, I think everybody's kind of capped at 13, 14 players they want most. And I would be surprised if anyone exceeded that at this point. But maybe Bobby Miller will.
George Springer went for $11. And you know what? I spent all that money early on. Really have not spent a lot of money since. So again, I'm kind of sitting on I think the most money left here at $111. And Ha-Sung Kim is thrown out, who has second, third shortstop eligibility here. CBS. I know he's a little banged up with something right now too.
I think he left one of their earlier games this week with like back spasms.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Chris, did you win him? You did.
All right. Well,
$9.
Very nice.
I'm not a Ha-Sung Kim guy. I'm down to $19 as well, but
oh, jeez.
I've gotten a couple of good values lately, and my team is pretty full. So
yeah,
you and I are complete opposite ends of the spectrum, Chris.
Yeah, I only have 10 spots left to fill with those $19. So it's like
you really could have used another speedster too. So that's
yes.
What's your max bid?
$10.
All right. Should be fun throughout the rest of this thing. Alexis Diaz. Ooh, okay. Up to 11. Reminder, Chris won Doval for 13.
God, go for the same as Doval. I would love that.
Yeah, go more. Nope.
All right, that's fine.
Up there, $11. I think that's fine. We talked about the risk factors with Alexis Diaz. Some control issues last year. The fastball velocity was down 1 mile per hour compared to 2022. He had a really rough September. the team overused him, I think, down the stretch last year. So that could be part of why the September was so bad for Alexis Diaz last year.
Oh, okay.
Tristan Casas is the name that's thrown out there right now. And yeah, he's up to
It just seemed the draft room was glitching, it seemed, for a second, but it caught up. It's fine.
Gotcha. Everything working relatively well so far. I just jinxed it. So. Knock on wood. See if
that's okay. Now we're seeing the values. Now guys are going for like $4 or $5 less than they should.
And it was going to happen eventually, right? Oh,
and look, I mean, Frank, you start pushing your weight around, bud. This is your
I
time.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to do. I got a $12 bid in here on Tristan Casas.
Oh no, he's not going to be such a discount after all. 14 is what he's looking at.
Yeah, now I have him for 15. So yeah,
you spoke too soon, Chris.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Or they're just out there price enforcing.
Yeah, they might, which is fine. But I still do. There's a lot of talented players left, so something will come at a discount. I did get Tristan Casas for 14, which I'm fine with. I'm obviously really excited about Tristan Casas this year.
I think collectively we only have about, if my math is correct, and I know it's not, but it's close enough. I think we have like $900-ish for the final 148 players or whatever we nominate. So that gives you a sense of how much money is left total.
Mm-hmm. Christian Walker thrown out right after Tristan Casas, and yeah, that's pretty good. $9.
That's a good one, yeah.
Because I mean, in a draft, usually Walker probably goes ahead of Tristan Casas. Or at least right around him.
He was a legit 4 category guy last year. Batting average was average-ish, probably a little below, but he had 34 homers and 11 steals last year.
It's a good value. Christian Walker for 9. Guess who won him? Dan Richards.
Your defending champion.
Ah, Dan.
Our Lord and Savior.
Love it. Love it. Jesus Luzardo is the name that's out there. Who needs pitching? I don't know. Maybe I do. So I got an $11 bid on Jesus Luzardo, who got rocked the other day. His fastball was down a little bit. Fastball velo. Apparently it was, he blamed it on the weather. So we'll see.
Blame it on the rain.
$14 for Jesus Luzardo.
No discount there.
Yeah, probably not. But I think I have Luzardo ranked higher than you guys, so
you can also afford to not pay a discount.
Nah, come on.
But he wants the discount.
Like you got to get guys, is what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
that's you're at the point in the draft where
true.
Man, so I have Luzardo as an $18 pitcher. You guys have him around 14, 15, which you went for 14. So I'm happy to do it.
I don't think I should have gone 8 on Noel Marte. I think that was a mistake. I think it was a mistake.
It's twice in 3 days that Noel Marte has been the mistake. You got to learn your lesson.
He has a huge year.
Fool me once. Shame on Noel Marte.
I mean, he could be huge, but
he's like 6'4".
There are better. Is he? No, he's short, isn't he?
I think he's a pretty big dude.
I mean, big in one way. He is 6 feet.
Oh, okay. Muscle hamster.
215 pounds, according to Baseball Reference.
How many muscle hamster references will we get?
Every single player is a muscle hamster.
Yeah, if you're big and bulky, you fit the description. Nolan Arenado for $8. Up to 9 to Scott. Yeah, I mean, I think some of these mid-tier guys might just go for really cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Scott was about to get him for 9. J.R. Fenton jumped in for 10. Scott is back up for 11. And then there we go. It's 13 all of a sudden. All right. Kind of similar to my Tristan Casas, where I thought I was going to get a good deal. And
yeah, it was down to a second. I had Nolan Arenado for 9.
Yep.
That would have made the Noel Marte for 8 even worse.
Mm-hmm.
But can't go back in time.
Nope. You cannot. Arenado went for 13, by the way. Wilson Contreras. We haven't had a catcher in a while, so it's kind of hard to judge it on. I'm looking up and down. I believe it was, I think Salvi went for like 13 or something like that.
It was way too much. It really was.
And nah, come on. Everyone knows I do like me some Wilson Contreras this year.
The last one before that was Luis Campusano for 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then before that, Will Smith for 15.
Okay.
Man. So Wilson Contreras is up to 9, and I don't know. I've only have him projected for 5. I guess
I've got him for 7.
Catchers in general.
I like Wilson Contreras. I got him up to 11.
Keep going. You're at 11 now.
Yes.
You deserve him, Frank.
I do deserve him. All right, so
deserve each other.
We're going on a spending spree. I won 3 of the past 6 players. Wilson Contreras for 11. I got Luzardo for 14. Tristan Casas.
Gotta nominate somebody.
So
it is your turn to nominate a player.
Things are slowly coming together here.
All right, Jordan Montgomery
on the squad.
Monty.
Jordan Montgomery. It's got to be Boston, right?
It doesn't have to be.
The Red Sox have been the kings of, well, we tried the last couple off seasons, so I'm sure they'll take a meeting.
Yeah, look, Red Sox rotation dealing with the injury to Lucas Giolito, and had some questions in the rotation before that even. So I think they could use a name like Jordan Montgomery.
Scott, Doug Rowe in the YouTube chat says you can trade Noelvi Marte to him. So there you go. You got a suitor.
All right.
I should probably throw a player out there.
Let's see if I get another third baseman.
All right. Well, let's get this one. Throw Yainer Diaz out again.
Yainer.
I just won Wilson Contreras. I won't be in on the bidding for anyone else in this league who's listening or watching. So I want to see how much Yainer Diaz goes for. Go for 11. At least 11. That's the hope.
There's somebody with over $100 still.
It's not
Garrett
me.
Atkins, not the former Rockies third baseman Garrett Atkins, but
as soon as you mention the name, start spending the money, Scott.
I remember Garrett Atkins as an Angel. Am I off base there? Was he never an Angel?
That's
nope. Rockies for his whole career.
Who are we? We're
I
thinking
thought
of
he went to the Pirates or something late.
Baltimore, yeah.
Yainer Diaz went for 10. I won Contreras for 11.
Yeah,
how about this 2006 season for Garrett Atkins? 329 batting average, 29 homers, 48 doubles, 120 RBI, 117 runs scored.
Coors Field is awesome.
Who were we thinking of, Chris? Because I was thinking Angels too.
There's got to be someone else out there.
Oh, I think we're thinking of Garrett Anderson, aren't we?
That might be it, yeah.
Yeah, Garrett Anderson, outfielder with the Angels, had a good career.
Oh yeah, good player.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Remembrance, yeah.
Did you not want that, Chris? It's pretty good, man.
Oh, I got him. Okay, good.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
I thought I bid at 4 on Francisco, or I thought I bid at 3 on Francisco Alvarez, and okay, all right. I love that.
I was looking up Garrett Anderson
$4.
Man,
See, you can double task, you can't triple task. Once you bring in a third task, Frank, you're done.
I would have bid on Alvarez.
You can't be remembering some guys in the middle of the draft.
Oh man, Chris won Francisco Alvarez for $4. That's really good.
I was planning on my catchers being $1. I'll just have to make it up, somewhere else because that's great. $4 for Francisco Alvarez. I'm very happy.
Gleyber Torres getting slow rolled up here to $12, which still could be a good value for him.
I like Gleyber this year.
I don't think there are going to be many bad values anymore.
No.
There's just
no, but Gleyber had like the best quality of contact he's had since the 38 homer season. He's a decent source of speed. I think Gleyber Torres is contract year for whatever that's worth to you. That I think he's gonna have a good season.
We are coming up on the end of our 2-part podcast on the audio side here. So let's catch people up on what our teams look like. We'll keep things rolling on the YouTube side of things. So after we finish on audio, if you want to find out the rest of what happens here, you can obviously catch up on YouTube. But I'll pull up your team, Chris, because I believe you have the most players of us three. You got Alvarez for $4, Spencer Torkelson for 12, Marcus Semien for 26, Jose Ramirez for 35, Ha-Seong Kim for 9. Middle infield spot is open. You got Nate Lowe for 5. You got Kyle Tucker for 40, Josh Lowe for 13, Nolan Jones for 18, Adolis Garcia for 18. So before I get to the pitchers, how are you feeling about this offense so far?
I'm thrilled about where I am right now. I think this is a really, really good start. Obviously, I've got $15 for 8 or 7 spots, I think, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm. And on the pitching side of things, you got Walker Buehler for $5. You got Framber Valdez for 19, Pablo Lopez 28, and Camilo Doval at 13. So 2 healthy starting pitchers. You got a closer, and you will be stashing Walker Buehler. What do you think?
I think it's okay. I think Lopez and Framber is very much. This is kind of my ideal start minus the Walker Buehler one, which I wish I could have it back. It'd be nice to have a little more flexibility there, but one legit ace, one stabilizer with good ratios and a lot of innings in Framber Valdez, an ace closer. That's a very good start, and I feel confident in my ability to find, $2 and $3 guys later in the draft to complement them.
All right, and yes, let's go, Bobby Miller for $16.
Exactly what he probably should have gone for.
It's what Yuri went for.
I needed that, dude, because I got Logan Webb, Luzardo, Bobby Miller as my 3, which as a top 3, I think that's totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're at the cliff here a little bit at starting.
Oh yeah.
So I really, and look, people who have listened to podcasts, that I'm pretty much in on Bobby Miller this year. He's my top ranked out of Grayson and Yuri Perez. So to get him for the same price as Yuri, $1 less than Grayson Rodriguez.
I think there are 3 non-glob pitchers left. Scott, you're the glob connoisseur, so you can tell me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would have been.
Oh.
What just happened?
I was within a second of getting Esteury Ruiz for $2.
Yeah, that would have been.
Well, Scott, why would you pay $2 for a part-time player?
Well, I mean, I'll take 60 steals for $2. He ends up going to 5 to Dan Richards.
Wait, so Ruiz and Kyle Schwarber on the same team, right?
Yeah, he's punting back here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Luis Ariz is still out there. He can only make up for so much, but still.
It would make some sense. After Bobby Miller for 16, Jorge Polanco went for 2, Esteury Ruiz for 5. Tanner Scott, who has thrown 48% of his pitches for strikes this spring, is currently up to $8. We'll catch people up on that. Scott, let's quickly run through your team before we wrap up on the audio side of things. You've got Freddie Freeman for $40 at first base, Nico Horner for 17. I'll never forgive you. Noelvi Marte for 8, Francisco Lindor for 31, Cody Bellinger for 16, Evan Carter for 14, and you got Shohei Ohtani at 39. So talk to me about the hitters first. Again, Freeman, Horner, Marte, Lindor, Bellinger, Carter, and Ohtani.
Well, Freeman, Ohtani, Lindor, I think give me a nice start across all 5 categories. Hang on, I might be bidding here.
It's Joe Musgrove who's thrown out, by the way, for people listening. He's up to $10. And again, we're approaching the glob cliff.
Yeah, I think I'm going to let him go. So I'm fine that 2 catcher spots, middle infield, corner infielder, they're open. If I get a $2-3 player at all 4 of those spots, I could live with it. Mm-hmm. The 3 outfield spots worry me. I wanted to make a big investment in outfield, and my investment went elsewhere just because that's what the spending dictated. So more openings than I'd like at this point, I would say, for my hitters. And the 17 on Nico Horner, the 8 on Noelvi Marte, I think those were splurges that I didn't necessarily need. I would have rather made those splurges in the outfield.
All right, Jake Rogers went for $2, and let's quickly.
How is he not a $1 catcher?
I don't know. What was it? Francisco Alvarez went for 4.
Yeah.
You're getting some good value here, Chris. Good job, man. Let's take a look at Scott's pitching. He's got Chris Sale for 14, George Kirby for 22, Kodai Senga for 7. Mm-hmm. And he just threw out Reese Olson for $1. We'll see if you squeak that one by, but
maybe.
What are we thinking, Scott? You got 3 pitchers and 2 are healthy.
I need more pitching. Yeah, I need more pitchers. I need more outfielders. That's and specifically, I'm going to be emphasizing strikeouts among the pitchers I take, since my most expensive one, George Kirby, I feel like that's the one thing he's going to be the shortest in. Sale, Senga, they certainly meet that strikeout need, and I hope to make more purchases like that.
All right, and I just threw out Justin Steele. Let's see how bad Scott really wants him. How bad Scott really needs him.
Does it give me strikeouts?
I don't know. I give you like 180 of them, something like that. But there's not many. Scott, are you going to live in the glob? Is that what's happening?
I mean, there's 2 non-glob pitchers left.
There is one non-glob pitcher left.
Justin Steele, and who's the other one?
Well, I was thinking who could provide big
Tanner Bybee.
strikeouts. Dylan Cease.
Bybee's not in the glob, is he?
No, I think he's probably ahead.
I mean, I would rather have gone 11 on Musgrove than get Justin Steele for 13 like I just did.
But for the brand, Scott, you had to get Justin Steele.
I guess. I mean, I don't know how I became the Justin Steele guy. I needed more pitching, that's for sure.
I love the irony, right, Scott? Last year you had Cubs fans in the mentions. Why don't you hate Justin Steele, Scott? And here
You're
you
a
are.
hater.
You're drafting him everywhere this year.
Steele.
Spencer Steer, not to be confused with Justin Steele, is currently going for $7. Quickly run through my team. I've got Wilson Contreras for 11, Tristan Casas for 14, Austin Riley for 34. Ugh, kind of overspent on Austin Riley. Man, 36 for J-Ram. Chris is. I like your team. Your team is good, man. Xander Bogaerts I got for 10, Julio Rodriguez for 46, Randy Arozarena for 21. And looking at the plan, looking down at the sheet, everything's gone pretty smoothly outside. I didn't get O'Neill Cruz. I got Xander Bogaerts instead. So that's the deviation from the plan so far. And quick look at the pitching staff. I got Logan Webb for 24, Bobby Miller for 16, Luzardo for 14, Rysel Iglesias. Who did that, man? I was about to get Trevor Story for 2.
I feel like that's probably what he's worth in a 12-team Roto League. So.
Come on, Scott. He's going to be so much better than that. Come on.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Trevor Story, I think, goes 20-20 this year. Where does the batting average wind up? He just went for $5. Another one of those times where I bid 2, nobody wanted him, and then we were down to 1 second, and he jumped up to $5. So, yeah. I was talking about the pitching staff again. I've got Webb, Luzardo, Bobby Miller. Like I've said, I like to get 3 of my top 30, and then I do have a lockdown closer in Rysel Iglesias. Teoscar Hernandez is up to 8. I'll go $9. I like Teoscar Hernandez. Do I want to go 11? Do I want to go 12? I think so. So I'll go $12 on Teoscar, who would be my 3rd outfielder. Complained about not seeing the ball last year well in Seattle. Now he goes over to the Dodgers.
He's going to have 120 RBI.
Let's go. All right, I got Teoscar as my 3rd outfielder for $12. All right.
1 for every 10 RBI.
There you go. We are going to wrap up on the podcast side of things. Again, if you want to see what happens in the rest of this draft, we are still live streaming on YouTube. We're going to stay live throughout the course of this entire thing. We'll probably take an intermission at some point. But again, yes, you can check us out on YouTube and follow along. There will be an article. Scott will put out all the results on the website if you want to follow along there as well. For Scott and Chris, I am Frank. Thanks as always for tuning in to Fantasy Baseball today. Please make sure to follow and leave a 5-star rating on Apple or Spotify. And we'll be back again tomorrow with a mailbag. Bye-bye. All right, and here we are. We're staying live on the YouTube side of things. Now Chris can kick it back. We're all lax. We're chilling. Sticking around. What just happened? It could have been a player I wanted. Jonah Heim went for 3. Okay. Alex Bregman
Oh my goodness.
Going for very cheap.
It'll. We're at the early.
My max bid has been passed.
Mm-hmm. What did Nolan Arenado go for? I know he recently
13, I believe.
13. Alex Bregman's up to 12.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that I didn't want to be in. No, he's 13.
You guys.
Yeah, if he gets nominated earlier, he goes for probably 15 to 17.
Yes.
This late, he goes for 13. It's a good value in a vacuum, but We're not playing in a
I may
vacuum.
have wanted to do it. I don't know.
Do you have a third baseman? Oh yeah, you have Noah.
I have no LV Marte. I'd rather him be my corner infielder, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that the thing, Frank, you were talking about, like, you like my team. Well, you have to remember I have $15 for my final 8 roster spots. So
Yeah.
you're going to like the rest of it a lot less, and you're going to like the rest of your team a lot more.
Yeah, and that's the strategy side of how do you want to build the team in a salary cap or an auction draft. Many different ways to do it. You could go stars and scrubs. You could live in the middle, a little bit of everything. Yeah, and that I feel like a little bit of everything. That's what I wanted to do. And so
A
far,
little
so
bit
good.
of everything all of the time.
Jordan Walker went for $10.
That's pretty good.
Who would you guys rather have, Teoscar for 12 or Jordan Walker for 10?
Teoscar.
I have Walker ahead, but I got it.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
You're welcome, Frank. I said it just for your benefit. I didn't actually mean it.
I appreciate that. We've got to get back on good terms after you stole Nico Horner from me.
I mean, I'd give him back.
All right.
I could use an extra
I will
$9.
trade you whoever I win at second base for Nico Horner. Deal?
No, that's not a deal. That's not what I had in mind. Not what I had in mind.
All right, Munoz goes for $1 less than Camilo
But
Duvall.
I would have rather had Alex Bregman for 14 than Nico Horner for 17.
Mm-hmm.
Let's throw a guy I don't want out there. Here you go, Scott.
Pavetta. Thanks a lot for doing it this early.
Nikki P.
Baby.
That's my new thing. Nikki P.
Vinny P, Nikki P.
That's
Will I
pretty
get
good.
Either one of them.
It's,
Hey,
$3. Yeah,
Nikki P, baby, $3.
and I think that fits the team well, Scott. You got George Kirby. You needed, you got Chris Sale. So yeah, you're picking up the strikeout
A
upside.
well-timed nomination, Chris. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We're all about
I do it for you.
We're all about
I only
helping
have
each other out.
I only had him for 4. So. Not like it was a discount. But $3 is $3.
Scott, do you want Ketel Marte? I'll win him. Trade him for Horner.
I would like Ketel Marte, but I'd like Nico Horner more.
All right.
I mean,
What does my team need? Can it use? It's a pretty good deal. Everyone's
it
a good
is.
deal. I got to spend money.
$8 for Ketel Marte. All right, now he's up to 9.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Richards, you can't let him spend it, Frank. Get Ketel Marte.
That's a
I can't
$15
go
player,
10.
Frank. That's a
Go
$15
10.
player.
Do it.
I don't want him. Guys, he's not part of the plan. I can't bet on him. He's not part of the plan. Yeah, you guys have Marte for 15. I have him for 13 on the site, and he went for 9.
Oh, hop.
Logan O'Hoppe, according to Ron Washington, could play 135 games this year at catcher for the Angels. Oh yeah, we'll take him for
Nice
$4.
buy.
I still like Alvarez for $4 more, Chris.
I think there's a little more upside. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've got my 2 catchers. So I wanted to spend $20 on my catchers combined. I spent 15 on Contreras and Logan O'Hoppe.
Let's see
That's
if
not
this
bad.
is going to happen.
Yeah.
Eric Fetty for $1. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off.
There's no way he goes for $1.
Yeah,
He should go for $1, but you're right. He's not going
I
for
think
$1.
you should have waited until later on.
Yeah, maybe.
That is a $1 player for me.
There's a lot of pitchers left that are better than Fetty.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure I could justify spending more than $1 on him as much as I like him.
Sean Murphy. Oh no. Oh gosh. He's up to 4.
I would have gone 3.
All right, he's up to 5. All right, I feel bad.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, I spent 11 on Wilson Contreras. Gosh.
I mean, yeah.
All in all,
Earlier he would have gone for 10.
yeah, that's a great buy. Sean Murphy for $5.
Yeah.
Buy.
I gotta remember that for Memorial Mag, especially next year, because the mid range is still some really good players. Alec
Mhm.
Bregman.
Yeah.
If all the high end guys are going for too much, that's fine. You can get a couple of those, like I did with Otani and Freeman, but you can't splurge on a Noel V. Marte. You know, there's just going to be better values out there.
Mm-hmm.
Not that like, so I have Noel V. Marte valued at $9 and I got him for $8. So I mean, you could say that's technically a discount, but there are going to be much better
Yeah,
discounts.
no, that's like Stott's a top 100 player. He's going to go for less than $10. $10
Right.
exactly, I guess.
11. It's still going, but
One thing that I did notice about this draft is that, and we said it earlier, I think catchers turned out to be the best discounts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
really the only place that
up and
has
down
consistently been discounted.
And honestly, the worst value, and I'm not just saying this to be self-deprecating, but me spending $11 on Wilson Contreras when Sean Murphy went for $5 is probably one of the worst values at catchers. So I do really like Wilson Contreras this year.
oh
No, I agree. Like I think Wilson Contreras is fine, and $11 in a vacuum is fine for him. But yeah,
It's all relative to how much other players go at the position.
You know what? How much I valued Wilson Contreras for? 5.
I don't want to know, Scott.
5. No, 5. So I'm not having the same reaction to you guys as far as what catchers are going for, because it is actually more in line with what I had. I guess I just had them all lower than you guys did.
Joe Ryan went for $9. Was there any other starting pitcher kind of comparable to that recently?
Nick Pivetta.
He went for $3. Justin Steele went for $13.
I don't think most people would say Nick Pivetta is comparable to Joe Ryan.
Right.
But I predict he will have the better numbers this year.
Gavin Williams. So what do you guys think about this strategy? Throwing out Gavin Williams for $9, you kind of shock the room. You win him, but you might have.
You could have won him for $4, maybe.
Yeah. You could have got him for less, maybe. Yeah.
But pitchers haven't been discounted yet, really.
No, they have not.
Nick Pivetta.
I think he went for what he was supposed to. He might have gone for $3 more than I have him valued for. He went for $3.
You know, the core of my team is pretty much done now that I'm looking at it. I've got my 2 catchers. I got Casas, Stott, Riley, Bogarts, Teoscar, Julio, Randy.
How about this one, Chris? Jose Barrios, $5. That enough of a discount for you?
I have him for $6, so a little bit of a discount.
Scott.
About 17%.
I mean, I got Nicky P. I get Vinny P.
Baby.
Vinny P and Nicky P. The PP brothers.
It's not late enough for that, Scott. It's only 9:30. Sun's still out on the West Coast. It's not FBT after dark yet. Yeah.
All right, I'm done. I was trying to. I did one. I originally wanted a batting average standout at first base. I wanted one of Naylor, Yandy, or Vinny P. But the timing of when Casas got thrown out, I had a lot of money left to spend, and I like Casas a lot, so I was all right doing it. But I mean, Vinny P for $8.
Casas might be a batting average standout, though.
I got Vinny P for $8, and I got Noel V. Marte instead.
You'll never forgive yourself.
Stupid.
Tanner Bobby, who needs pitching?
I, for one, would like to imbibe Bibby.
How many pitchers do you have again, Chris?
4, technically. In reality, 3.
Is that 2 healthy starting pitchers and
Walker Buehler
and 1 closer?
Yeah.
If we're counting Kodai Senga as not being in the glob, and certainly if he's healthy, we don't think he's in the glob. I got 4 pitchers outside the glob.
He's in the injury glob, Scott.
He's got to be in the glob.
There's an injured glob of Verlander, Buehler, and Kodai.
Yeah, because Buehler technically isn't in the glob if he's healthy.
True. I think that's right. Yeah. I mean, before the injuries,
it's a little more questionable with Buehler, I would say.
Yeah. We all had Buehler ranked.
But if he gets back to who he was before the injury,
correct.
He's a much better player.
It's a bigger if for him than Senga.
How did I get down?
Unless Senga's shoulder is more messed up than is being let on.
I am all the way down to $29. When did that happen? Jeez.
All right, let's throw this guy out there.
Pepio.
Ryan Pepio's out there. That is a $0 player for me. And
Really?
apparently at least a $3 player for Scott.
$4 player for me, and that's what Greg Lathrop is going to win him for.
He's a $1 player for me.
I think Ryan Pepio gave up 6 runs in an outing the other day in spring. I didn't get to read anything about it.
When did that
Unfortunately,
happen? I missed that one.
I think he came in relief. Scott, he didn't start the game.
Maybe I overlooked it then. That can happen.
This is a fun one. Seiya Suzuki. I wrote him up in Breakouts 2.0. Awesome over the final 2 months of the season last year, and I think probably the best outfielder left.
I think he's just the best player left.
At least by my rankings. Come on, Scott.
I'm tempted.
Do it.
I was tempted at 9. I can't go 10.
You can go 10.
I can't. I really can't. 9. I probably would have regretted 9. Not because I don't think Seiya Suzuki's worth 9, but because at this stage of the draft, I'm not sure he's worth 9 with this little money left and this many players left.
I'll tell you what. I'd rather have Seiya Suzuki for 9 than my Teoscar at 12. And I like Teoscar, but
agreed. I wasn't in on the bidding on Teoscar either.
I wrote in my third outfielder. I wanted one of Reynolds, Suzuki, or Teoscar. For
oh crap!
What happened? You already had 2 catchers?
I thought it was Kenley Jansen.
All right, are we gonna back that one out, or what are we doing?
I don't mind backing it out because I
is that your utility, Chris?
No, it's
it's a second catcher.
Oh, I don't know. I guess you could ask the chat what they think.
I'm just gonna do it.
All right.
Chris misread the name. We'll
I think it might be time to put the glasses back on, Chris.
Yeah.
For the rest of the draft.
Now I want to say this is me turning the other cheek, because remember when I did the same thing, was it last year or 2? I think it was 2 years ago. Sean Manaea versus Sean Murphy. That mix up. Yeah. You guys didn't let me take it back.
To be fair, it created great content, Scott.
You know what? You know what else is great content? A lot of things that are bad for your soul, okay? Just put it that way.
Fair point.
Like you taking Nico Horner from me, man. Come on.
Listen, I'm a mean man.
I know.
I'm a big meanie. I don't know what I want to nominate here. Let's go Bryce.
Lemon,
Bryce is right. Bryce Miller.
Why are you?
All right. I think I saw the most recent outing from Bryce Miller.
He got brit up.
He gave up 2 home runs, which was a problem for him last year. I know he's still working on.
There was some weird explanation for why he gave up both the home runs, though. One of them was that he had run out of splitters. He wasn't allowed to throw any more splitters, and that was why Salvador Perez hit a home run off of him. And then the other one was he ran out of time on the pitch clock and didn't want to throw a curveball, but he threw a curve. It was okay.
Excuses.
Yeah, it's explanations become excuses depending on whether you believe them or not.
That I ran out of splitters excuse is pretty funny though.
Well, because the funny thing was they said he had an X number of splitters to throw in the start. He went over the number and then didn't go over it again.
Mm-hmm.
And it was I guess he can only break the rules once.
Oh, geez.
Darn, that's a good one.
That's good too.
6.
I spent 11 on Bryson Stott.
I spent 17 on Nico Horner.
You didn't have to, Scott.
I know. Jimenez might steal more bases. Uh-oh. I messed up here. Uh-oh. Hang on. My room messed up. I may have to undo this because I was in on this guy.
I don't think you are, Scott. He's already up to 7.
Yeah, I mean, if I couldn't go 7 on Jimenez, I probably shouldn't on Gallo.
Oh, man. Oh.
Yeah, it's an $8 player. It's not really.
Yeah, I'm just kicking myself.
For me.
I'm just kicking myself for spending 11 on Bryson Stott when those guys went for 6 and 7.
I know. Not great, Robert.
I feel like it always happens this way, though, right, Scott? Later on in this specific auction, players just go for so cheap, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
You're
why
not wrong.
I get upset when people throw mid-range players out early in the draft, guys that I want, because I know they're going to go for more than they should.
Mm-hmm.
It's frustrating.
That's why they're not really guys I want when I do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
for
guys I'm
$1,
fine
by
with.
some crazy twist of fate, nobody bids. Sure, but
Yeah.
Castellanos for 9 is good.
Yeah, same price as Suzuki. I think both are good buys.
and that's what I'm saying. Okay, well, if I didn't go 10 on Suzuki, I can't go 10 on Castellanos because I like Suzuki more.
Paul Sewald is currently out there for 8.
It's just not
It's
enough of
fine.
a discount
Yeah,
yet.
it's
It's a
fine.
discount.
Yeah.
Just there are too many holes for me to fill still.
How many spots do you have left in the lineup, Scott?
Too many.
Remind me, you got 3 hitters for 30 plus, right?
Yeah, he still has 11 spots left to fill.
With how much? $36 left. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel Moreno for 4.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems to be what all those like second tier, third tier, depending how you want to tier them. But all that range of catcher, that seems to be what they're all going for, $4.
All right, we got about 110, maybe 105 players left, and about $350 to spend on them total.
350 on how many?
About 105.
All right, that makes me feel better. I had a $6 bid on Ober, and it was counting down, and now he's up to 9.
Oh, yeah, we should probably take a little intermission here. Going to keep the video going. We're each going to take
Yeah, we will
turns.
take a look, take our turns looking at each other's teams and stuff. But whoever wants to hop out first, feel free. If you got to go to the bathroom or anything.
I'll go ahead and hop out. Thank you for making it clear what I'll be doing. See ya.
I have no problem telling people. We're human, right? Right, Chris?
Yeah, you got to use the potty. It's fine.
You know what's going on. All right, let's take a look.
He's the one who said PB Brothers earlier today. I don't know why he's suddenly being bashful.
All right, let's take a look here on. We'll take a look at your team, Chris. I don't know that you've won anyone since we last looked at your team, but
yeah. I mean yeah. We won't talk about the one I won that we backed out, but yeah.
So Francisco Alvarez for $4 is one of your catchers. Spencer Torkelson for 12. Marcus Semien for 26. Jose Ramirez for 35. Ha-Seong Kim for 9. Nate Lowe for 5. Kyle Tucker for 40. Josh Lowe for 13. Nolan Jones for 18. And Adolis Garcia for 18. Looking up and down here. Got power. You got speed. Tucker's going to hit for average. Jose Ramirez is going to hit for average.
Yeah, I mean, I think every player that I have so far, except for maybe...
I think you might need a little more average. I'm looking at it, Chris. Because I wonder if, like, Alvarez is going to bring you down. Torkelson will bring it down.
Semien's not great.
Adolis Garcia will probably hit 250-ish, right?
But what I like is I've got, 10 hitters? Not 10 hitters.
Yeah, so you have to fill your your second catcher, a middle, an outfielder, and a DH. Like, if you fill those with $1 players, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and I've got Torkelson's 105th for me overall. I think I have him a little higher than you guys do. And then Alvarez, I think, is like 150 or something. Everyone else I have, I believe, is a top 100 player for me on the hitting side. So, yeah, I got 8 top 100 hitters, and Lopez, Duvall, and Framber are all top 100 players for me. So I got 11 top 100 guys. I'm pretty happy with that. And, my max bid is $7 for 8 spots. So, or 9 spots. So,
and you've got to get some pitchers still.
Yeah. So I've got to get some pitchers for sure. And then, I'm going to need maybe a couple for $4 rather than, I think the rest of my hitters will probably have to be dollar players, but I've got a really nice combo of speed and power here. So,
do you have any regrets so far?
Walker Buehler for 5. like it's one that we could get to September and it's like, wow, that was a steal. If Walker Buehler gives me 140 really, really good innings from, May 1st on or whatever, Walker Buehler could be a steal. But in retrospect, I think I'd feel a little better if I had a little more flexibility with that spot. And then other than that, I don't really think I have any regrets. I mean, given
Nate Lowe for $5 in hindsight.
Yeah, that's another one. Both him and Walker Buehler are probably the two that were my early-ish $5 players that I feel pretty confident there will be better players than Nate Lowe who go for less than $5 at the corner infield spot. But that's just the nature of the nature of the game. I wish I could have that one back, but it's not going to make a significant difference one way or the other.
All right, Chris, do you want to bounce out at all, or?
I'll be right back.
All right. Well, let's move over to Scott's team. Take a look. I don't know that you've won a player. Yeah, I think you did since we last talked about it. But you got Freeman for 40, Nico Horner for 17, Noel V. Marte for 8, Lindor for 31, Bellinger for 16, Evan Carter for 14, Shohei Ohtani for 39. And then the pitchers, you got Chris Sale for 14, Justin Steele for 13, George Kirby for 22, Nick Pivetta for 3, Kodai Senga for 7. So no catchers yet, Scott. Need to fill out the outfield. Probably looking for some saves at some point, but what do you think so far?
I just had a sinister idea, Frank. A sinister idea. I'm thinking
we restart the draft while Chris is in here.
Marcell Ozuna's still out there. Eloy Jimenez is still out there. They're gonna go for so cheap. But I've already blocked my utility spot with Shohei Ohtani.
You can do this. I've seen people do this in other drafts.
Shift Ohtani to pitcher. Knowing he's still eligible there. Why not? I'll come out of the auction with one less pitcher.
But then how do you play everyone later on? Or just you do it hoping that Ozuna gains another eligibility or something?
That's a good point. That is the obvious drawback, isn't it? I do think there's a good chance Eloy Jimenez will gain outfield eligibility at some point. Marcell Ozuna.
I think Ozuna could gain first base, Chris.
Maybe, but obviously Olsen is a workhorse there, so it'd be.
I just think I don't know how often it's going to happen, but if they want to give Olsen a half day off here or there and just put him at DH, I don't think that's crazy.
So getting back to my team, after that sinister idea was pretty much shot down. There are trades in this league, but anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, let's start with my pitching staff here. George Kirby, Chris Sale, Justin Steele, and Kodai Senga. If we're counting Kodai Senga as not being in the glob, and from end of April on, that may very well be the case. Then I did get 4 of my pitchers before we got into the glob. My one globby pitcher is Nick Pivetta, a guy I have as a sleeper, a guy with big strikeout potential. That's what I'm focused on when I am drafting from the glob. So I think I'm in an okay spot with pitching. And then for my hitting, like I said, I still have those 3 outfield spots available. 2 catchers, middle infield, corner infield. Catcher, middle infield, corner infield. I'm okay going super cheap there. And I think it might actually end up being some decent players given how little money is left. Outfield, I'm a little more concerned about, and I wish Seiya Suzuki or Nick Castellanos went for a couple dollars less so I could have that third outfielder. I also think power is something I'm in the market for, especially. But, there's still some good outfielders left. Jorge Soler, Anthony Santander, Ian Happ, Kerry Carpenter. I mean, some of these guys might end up going for $1 or $2. So I'm just going to have to be very selective, very careful with how I distribute the few dollars I have left, which is always how it should be at the end of a salary cap draft.
Yeah, but you've got around $4 per player remaining, which is a decent spot to be in. You look at a lot of the other teams, you've got a little more than $3 per player.
Mm-hmm.
By contrast, I've got less than $2 per player. So I think on a per player basis, you probably have the second most money. I'm looking around Doug Rowe has 41 for 13 players. That's probably around the same. Greg Lathrop has 38 for 9 players. He's in a pretty good spot. He'll be able to push around for a while. But yeah, for the most part, like assuming that you have maybe 2 or 3 $1 players, that gives you even more flexibility.
Yeah. Yeah. So
And
that,
you can
that is
go
probably going to happen at this is
7 for
this is
a
the
couple.
stage where I'm going my $1 nomination. My nominations are guys that I have a better chance of winning for $1. I'm still not going to nominate the players I want most for $1 because I want to. It's not realistic. I'll get them for $1. I'd rather be the one to jump in for $2, $3, $4, maybe even $5. But I am. I have to be more aware of the possibility, the likelihood even that the player I nominate for $1, I could actually get for $1. And I don't want to shoot myself in the foot with that. So I have to be really careful who I nominate. And I have to be really careful who I bid on. It has to be with great intention. I have to be quick to get to $2 to $3 before anyone else does. And I'm usually good at this portion of it. I hope I'm good today because I think I'm going to need it. I think my team is not as formidable as I'd like it to be at this point.
All right, here we are. I'm back. We're all here. Are we ready to fire this thing back up, Scott?
I think so.
All righty. Thanks again to everyone hanging out. Here we are. It's actually a lot earlier than we're usually podcasting, but we're deep into this 12-team Roto.
Sure feels later.
Yes, it does.
I'm at the wrong end of a can of Mountain Dew. Crash is coming, baby.
Live.
I still got like 3 hours of work left once we're done with this.
Well,
Don't we all?
so do I, but I got to put together the results.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Are we ready to go again?
I'm good. Everyone watching us live,
Okay.
thank you again.
I forgot I had to hit the start button. I was waiting for you. All right, so here we go. Greg Lathrop. I hope he's on the ball and ready to make a nomination here because that clock is ticking.
Like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We appreciate you being here. Hopefully Greg is here.
Hopefully.
I'm not so sure. You might have to pause it, Scott.
Yeah. All right. He's here. I'm going to reset the clock just to give him a little more time because nominations are pretty crucial at this stage. And go ahead, Brian. Woo! Your favorite, Frank.
We still got like a dozen legitimate closers left.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's why I've been reluctant to buy into any at this point. I might have gone like 6 for Jose Alvarado, but he went for what, 11?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just these prices are so much better for a similar caliber of player still. And I wish I had more time to prepare is the thing. We were talking about this right before we started recording. We're obviously all very busy this time of year. Like it's kind of a struggle just to feed ourselves and get the sleep we need. So
my wife's out of town right now. I'm
2 hours
like,
to plan out an auction strategy is just not in the cards. It's just not. I wish it was, but it isn't. So I come in not totally sure of my plan, not totally clear on what my backup plans are, and
all right, let's go.
I wish I had done things a little differently, particularly the middle stages, not bidding, anticipating that somebody like Andres Jimenez is going to go for $10 less than Nico Horner.
Ooh,
there you go.
Rodon was about to go for 5.
Yeah, I mean, I have him at 7 now, so like it wouldn't really have been a huge discount at this point, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many pitchers left.
And it's the sort of thing where, okay, Rodon's 6, I'm fine with that in theory, but no, you say there's not a lot of pitchers left. There is a lot of pitchers left. And like, I feel like I have to play it much safer. And there's too much downside risk with Rodon for the little dollars I have left.
Dylan Cease up next. Scott. Uh-oh.
And now
That's a-
I'm bidding on Dylan Cease. So, screw
I
all
mean,
that.
Yeah, 10 is closer to where it's not a discount, but
Yeah.
you're getting 220 strikeouts.
I tried to jump in at the last second.
Chris, we talked yesterday about doing drafts is where you learn the most about your rankings and which players you like. I've just had a hard time clicking on Dylan Cease's name this year. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but
I get it. I've drafted him a handful of times. You've got to feel really good about your ratios to do it, but I would take the under on a 4 ERA this season. I would take the over on 210 strikeouts. I think he's probably undervalued overall.
that could certainly be true. And I think there is something to the case that you make for and against Blake Snell, depending on the year. I think you could say the similar thing for Cease, right? Just buy when he's low and sell when he's high, right?
Yeah, I think the ERA is going to be volatile, but if it's 3.7 and the whip isn't outrageous, then I think you're going to be very happy with him.
Mm-hmm.
What was the whip last year for him?
I think it was over
142. Yeah,
that's
that's the point where it's not just hurting you, but like you can't win whip with that guy.
It's destroying you. Yeah.
All right, I filled one spot for $1.
Let's go, Scott.
Alejandro Kirk.
I noticed you're kind of in on Kirk as a second catcher.
Yeah, I've come around, I guess. I mean, he was my 5th best catcher available, so I'll take him for $1 at this point. I do worry about Danny Jansen getting a lot more time than him. Or
could have had him for $2, I've heard.
Could have. That would have been a fun duo, huh?
Oh, I did not mean to do that.
Oh, you got +1 to begin, Frank. When will you learn?
I'll take it for 8, though, if it happens.
You think it's going to happen? Pete Fairbanks.
I'll take that. My plan was to spend $20 on 2 closers. I wound up spending $22 on Raisel Iglesias and Fairbanks. That's okay.
Yeah.
Swanson. Dansby Swanson.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Oh, no.
For a 25-15 guy, something like that?
Yeah.
That's
Come
good.
to Papa.
That's good.
That's what I needed to do right there.
Nice.
Was that the best middle infielder left? I believe so. There's also Luis Arise and Nolan Gorman, but I don't think they're as good as Dansby.
Come on, man.
Imanaga. $5.
Maybe I'll regret not going in for that, but
I've got him at 4, but maybe I need to move him up.
Maybe.
Bednar's one of them. What did he go for? That's one of the players I'm missing.
I think 12.
11. All right.
I thought everyone was out of money, but everyone keeps bidding, so I don't know what's going on.
Hot diggity dog.
Who's got Chris Mitchell has 1 roster spot left and $18. So
I never thought Scott would say hot diggity dog for winning Chris Bassett.
I'm coming around to Bassett, man. Whip wins.
You're in on the glob, Scott.
Well,
at this point, that's all there is.
All right, so let's talk about Chris Mitchell's team. He's got 1. He's just got a middle infield spot left with $18 to spend. How do you guys think he did?
Danny Jansen and Jeffers as the catchers. Vlad at 28.
All right, I got a couple bucks out of Scott. That'll work.
Jimenez for 6.
Anyone else?
Willie Castro at 4. O'Neill Cruz for 20.
All right, that worked out well. I would have rather had Cal Raleigh for 3, but Raleigh and Kirk as a catcher tandem for 6, I will take.
I don't know. I mean, there's going to be money left on the table here, Chris, with Chris Mitchell's team.
Yeah.
So obviously I don't love that. No clear standout star player.
And he needs a middle infielder is the only thing he has left. And there's a handful. I think he could use Luis Arias. He's got a lot of batting average, so maybe that's what he's waiting on is just spend it out, drop it all on Luis Arias and kind of make up for where he's lacking on. But yeah, there's Volpe, there's Luis Arias, there's a couple decent middle infielders left.
Mm-hmm. All right. Merrill Kelly. Scott's winning every player now. And there you go. You got him, Scott.
Yeah. This is interesting. So I don't have any closers yet, and I only have 2 pitcher spots.
Is that part of the plan?
No. No, I wanted 3.
We have the reserve round. So
I don't have any bad pitchers,
and
but
you've
there's still some
got
good pitchers left.
$13 left for 6 spots, so about $2 per player.
It's your nom, by the way, Chris. I don't know if you
Yep. We'll throw this guy out there for 2 or 1, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to grab him for 2. I probably would have gone straight to 3 if I had more pitcher spots available. But I feel like I need to reserve them for save sources.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a bad pitcher. So it's a terrible feeling when you got like a $1 pitcher that you didn't really want.
Yeah.
And then, oh, great, I don't have enough pitching spots to do what I want to do. But that didn't happen here. My cheapest pitchers are, who are they?
Pavetta for 3, Bassett for 5, and Kelly for 6.
Yeah, all ones I like.
That's all solid. Yeah,
certainly for the cost.
Oh, here we go. Josh Young.
I was hoping he'd sneak through in a way where I could bid on him, but it did not happen.
$7. He kind of jumped up a little bit.
Yeah, that's like right at my max bid is 8. So if I bid on Young there, I would be down to dollar bids. So that's what you really don't want to do.
Yeah.
That might be the best absolute value of the draft, at least by my valuation so far.
I will say not by mine. Because I'm lower on Young. I have him projected for 9. I probably need to move him up some.
He's 10 for me, or 14 for me.
And Chris Mitchell just filled his final spot with Volpe for 5.
So batting average is going to be a problem for him. That's just the way that team is built right now. He's got, I mean, even like Jimenez is not a good bet for batting average, but there's a lot of power and speed on this team. Like it's really well rounded in that regard. It's just batting average is going to be a problem. But yeah, our first team, if you want to go through it again, that's our first team's done.
Yes. Back to Chris Mitchell. Again, he got Jansen and Jeffers for $3 combined. Vlad for 28. Vlad Jr., that is. Andres Jimenez for 6. Willie Castro for 4. O'Neal Cruz for 20. Anthony Volpe for 5. Encarnacion Strand for 7. Marte for 5. Jazz for 19. Luis Robert for 25. Parker Meadows for 5. Jared Kelnick for 5. And Byron Buxton for 9.
But left $13 on the table, and that's where you look at it and say, I'd feel better about it if you swapped out Robert for Aaron Judge, I think went for 38. One of those higher end guys, or Jazz for like a $30 outfielder. I don't know, which ones actually went for 30, but that's the one thing that stands out to me is just leaving 13 on the table. He probably could have gotten one more impact player or 2 more.
Whose roster is this?
Chris Mitchell. His team is done.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the pitching staff because we haven't mentioned that. Tyler Glass now for 22. Blake Snell for 17. Nathan Eovaldi for 6. Carlos Estevez for 6. Dylan Cease for 10. Jose Alvarado for 11. Hunter Green for 5. Freddie Peralta for 21. Hunter Brown for 8. So definitely some strikeout upside with Peralta and Hunter Green and Dylan Cease.
It is interesting the way Chris Mitchell built this team because he didn't spend $30 on anybody. And that's what I recommend in like an AL, NL only one. A real distribute the dollars evenly sort of approach. But I think in these mixed leagues, the low dollar caliber player is still so high.
Yeah.
That To some degree, you have to do studs and duds. I don't know that you have to take it as far as some of us did, but Chris Mitchell was so far the opposite direction that there just wasn't enough places to put his money, the money that he saved.
Mm-hmm.
I just spent $8 on Michael King, and I don't know, that might have been too much. But
there will be better pitchers for less, but it's.
I like Michael King as a breakout this year, and I only had 3 starting pitchers.
I thought you were going to get him for like 4.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I guess
got
everyone
carried away.
Everyone might have been waiting for Michael King, I guess.
Maybe. You dropped this, King.
Yes, I certainly.
I'm just going to speak in memes the rest of the podcast. Why not?
All right. What do I have to fill? I got to figure
this is like the best catcher tandem I've had in a Roto League so far. I'm thinking Tyler Stevenson. I don't have to bother with that riff-raff. I got Cal Raleigh and Alejandro. I mean, I'd rather have Stevenson than Kirk, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, those guys complement each other well, too. Raleigh and Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense as a pairing. Clay Holmes. Scott, I know you need a closer.
I do. Mm-hmm.
I saw you jump into 3, knowing now that someone went 4. Oh, wow.
He's going for more.
It's going up there. All right. Forget what I was going to ask.
No, I immediately had regret. Oh, I should have gone to 4 because I just don't think I could justify 5.
Uh-huh.
But now he's up to 7 is Clay Holmes when Craig Kimbrell went for 4. And it was the same rationale with Kimbrell. It's like, okay, I would have taken Kimbrell for 4, but I don't want to do 5.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's still Jansen, Alzolay left among closers. There's Leclerc. There's Alex Lang. Let's see. Lane Thomas was just nominated, but the bidding got up to 4 really quickly. I would have been in at 2 or 3, but I'm not going to do 5. I'm not doing 5 for anybody at this point, I don't think. I think Cal Raleigh was my last $5 player, but I could be surprised. I could keep missing out at 2 and 3, and then there ends up being somebody obvious left that's worth going straight to 5 on. Max Scherzer, about to go for 2. I took him in Tout Wars with its infinite IL spots. There are 5 IL spots in this league, so it's still pretty generous as far as that goes. But the difference is it's occupying one of your 9 pitcher spots, since that's the only part we're auctioning. And as I was saying with my own pitching staff, I don't have a lot of flexibility now for players I like because I only have 2 spots and I have no saves.
Darn you, Chris. I was hoping to get.
Yep, I added him to my queue as soon as you grabbed Pete Fairbanks.
Oh, come on, dude.
Jason
I got Jason Adam for $1.
You guys are
Chris,
ganging
it's
up on
Riley
me,
Green.
man. You guys are ganging up on me.
It's Riley Green, Chris.
Ah,
4. Yeah, he's too buzzy.
there was no way I was going to get him. I
How much money do you have
resigned
left?
myself to that one a while ago.
Your max bid is 4?
5.
Okay. Did you think about going straight to 5 there? I mean, he's at 7 now, so it wasn't.
I pushed it to 4.
Right. If it turned out you could have gotten him for 5, would you have been filled with regret?
He would be my DH. I would be left with 6 spots to fill for $1. I don't know. I'm probably okay without him.
All right.
My
see what
outfield
happens
is
with
very
Lars
strong
Nootbaar
already.
here. Can I get Lars Nootbaar for? I cannot get Lars Nootbaar for $1. I wanted the injury news today.
Yeah.
Made it possible, but he is moving up quick.
Yeah, I have him as $5 player before the injury. So
I wanted to talk about this when Alex Bregman got nominated because we haven't had a chance to talk about it now. I understand it was a long time ago, but Lars Nootbaar and his efforts to improve his power this offseason made me think of it. Have you guys seen the story with Alex Bregman wanting to regain the power from his MVP years?
yeah,
Which was during the juice ball era. And so I was just, resigned. Okay, Alex Bregman's never going to be a 30 homer guy again. But he apparently tweaked his stance for more power, and he swung with weighted bats this offseason and is saying he's gained however many miles per hour of bat speed. I'd still be surprised if he was able to generate the kind of exit velocities he needed to get back to being a 30 or even 40 homer guy. But It's interesting. I find it interesting. I'm curious to see if we do actually see power gains from Alex Bregman, because
What he hit last year?
I think
how many home runs?
26.
25. Yeah.
Look, not to discredit what Isak Paredes did last year, but like if Paredes can hit 30 home runs doing what he does, like I still think Bregman could get to 30 if he just maximizes that skill set, which he's pretty good at already, right? Like,
Yeah, that's the thing is he's already kind of doing that, so I'm not sure how much more there is to be gained there.
if he does raise the exit velocities even slightly, Chris, I think he can get there.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
betting against it, but like it is in the back of my mind. I'm a little more enthusiastic about taking Bregman where he goes now because of it, I guess I'd say.
How many IL spots do we have in this league, Scott?
5.
All right, so someone like Dominguez for $1 might make some sense.
It uses up an outfield spot.
Yeah.
The difficulty with it, but if you're down to dollar bids anyway, and I don't know if Raymond Atherton is or not, but it's not a bad idea. Anthony Santander for 6 is someone I really wanted because I need outfield and I need power. I feel like I hoped I could get him for 4 or 5, but
you didn't have the.
What's your max?
Flexibility?
My max is 8.
Okay,
but I'm not ready to max out.
All right.
Too many other things I want.
I probably should have gone in on Keibert Ruiz.
Yeah, that's a better dollar
$2.
catcher than Alejandro Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes straight to 5 for Jorge Soler.
I mean, you could go 6, Scott.
That's dirty. Yeah, I could have, because he heard me say I don't want to go 6. So he goes straight to 5.
Oh, that's so sneaky. Jeez.
Dan Richards there backing me up. Now he's up to 7 as Jorge Soler. I mean,
max bid. Max bid.
Soler shouldn't go for more than Santander.
Probably not.
Let's be honest. LBH.
So yeah, Keibert Ruiz went
Soler for 7's very good.
Keibert Ruiz went for $1. I got O'Hoppe for 4. Yeah, I mean Keibert for $1. That's great. We need to.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking at it and thinking I need batting average help. That probably would have been the best place I could have gotten it, especially for $2. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Beaton would have went 3, or if he even has the capability to go 3. I'm not entirely sure.
Nemo is my 3rd outfielder.
He's just kind of one of those boring guys, Scott, that as long as he's healthy, which he has been the past 2 years, he pays off his value and then some.
Yep. You're gonna get him. You're gonna get 90 runs. You're gonna get probably 15 to 20 home runs. Did he get like 24 last year?
Yeah. His exit velocities were actually really good.
Yeah. That's why I decided to pull the trigger. For 4. It was a little bit. It was $1 more than I would have liked, but Tyler Soderstrom, who is not considered a catcher on some platforms.
Yeah, he is my default number 2 catcher at the places where he is eligible. And thanks to you, Scott, he is catcher eligible here.
I'll explain the rationale. So Tyler Soderstrom appeared more times in the field than at DH last year. And it just so happens he was versatile enough that he could split that time in the field between 2 positions, catcher and first base. So it doesn't seem right to me to penalize him for versatility. He was a fielder more often than he was a DH. Make him DH only, like he can't play anywhere. He can play 2 places. So I've made that a rule that if you appear in the field more often than DH, even if DH is where you appear,
come on,
the place where you the place where you appear, you get the other position eligibility.
I'm sorry.
I was about to jump in on Darvish at 5. That would have been my max bid.
It was more exciting than my explanation there. So.
Yeah, I wanted Darvish for 4, and I almost got him. That sucked. I have 4 starting pitchers. It's fine. I could fill out the back end of it, but Darvish as my 5 would have felt pretty good.
Still some really good players left.
Yep, there are. I have a max bid of 6. I could have done it, Chris. Should I have? But then I would have been a dollar left for the rest. I don't know.
Yeah, that's tough. There's enough money out there that I think it's probably
okay to
let it go.
I think Darvish was the clear top pitcher, at least for me. Some people like Shane Bieber. He's still out there.
Yeah, I have Bieber ahead.
I'm not really in on Bieber, but
A couple of closers left if we're including them.
Mitch Keller ended up going for 6. I was talking about something when that happened, so didn't get a chance to comment on it.
you didn't get him, right, Scott?
No, I think my max bid is 5 now, so I can't
Mm-hmm.
go after Adbert Alzolai.
Yeah, and I already have my 2 closers, so I keep throwing out closers because I know I'm not going to bid on them. I'm still trying to get some money off the table, maybe even create a few more discounts here at the end.
Fair enough. Maybe I shouldn't have gone 4 on Nimmo in retrospect. Could use an extra $1.
We all could use an extra $1.
But me especially. Nobody could use an extra $1 more than I could use an extra $1, Frank.
You did need some pop. Oof.
Not going to happen with Muncie.
It
could happen. It's not. I thought about it.
I love the external monologues.
Yeah. Boom. Boom.
Boom goes the dynamite. That's what they say.
Yeah, I'm okay passing on that one.
Yeah, it's up to 5 now. I just thought he might get him for $1, you know? Not so.
People are not letting value sneak by, though, even this late, you know?
Well,
because you
they're
got
all
like
values.
I mean, they're all values, but, you know, players that you think, all right, I might be able to win this guy for whatever, $1 or $2. They're still kind of getting bit up a little bit.
Jaren Duran's a good one.
I thought about going 4.
Mm-hmm.
I
just have too many needs still.
There you go, Scott. He went up to 5. So.
Yeah, looking back, I went to 3 on Chris Bryant. That was dumb.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. Like I like Chris Bryant's bounce back opportunity, but
he feels like a $1 player in this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one I just didn't think through enough.
How many spots? I got 5 spots left. Nope. Kenley for me.
Oh, Chris, did you think this was Danny Jansen? And
yeah, no, actually, yeah.
Maybe you wanted Danny Jansen for your util or.
All right, there you go. Down to a $2 max bid.
How many players you have left?
5.
What's the outfield situation look like? I haven't checked on this in a while.
There's a couple of good ones left.
Okay.
I would say there's one must-start guy left, assuming his injury is not a serious concern.
I say 2.
I think
At
2.
least.
Yeah.
At least 5 outfielder league.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me see.
More than that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about Cedric Mullins.
Oh, I thought that you were talking about with the injury. Okay.
Oh no. Ian Happ, I think, is the best outfielder left.
Okay.
All right, I got Tyro Estrada for $5.
But we know you hate Ian Happ.
I don't hate Happ. There have been a lot more nominate at a higher dollar amount than one, guys.
My max bid is $2
this time.
Welcome.
Oh, my aching back. Won't let you bid. All right, let's resolve this. Look at Raymond's roster.
Yeah. He doesn't have a spot for him. He can move Whit Merrifield to middle infield. But, yeah.
Okay.
All right. What do I have left? Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have went $5 on Tyro Estrada. Maybe didn't need that.
Where is he? Outman. Gosh.
James Outman up to $4.
Mechanic went straight to 4. That's like the one thing that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, Kanik should have had to throw him out for 3. Yeah. Now we gotta redo that.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What are we doing? Oh, here we are winding down. Almost 300 people watching this. Let's go. Thanks for being here. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Oh, I forgot we're talking to people.
Yeah. We're still here.
I forgot there's a show going on.
There is a show going on. Yeah. We're just,
Sort of.
we're slowly dying out.
More like James back out, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, gosh.
I had
Low
to.
Dolo for $1.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not bad, eh? Not bad at all.
That's technically more than I have him valued at, but that's fine.
Bieber should
The Beebs.
get a little back and forth going up to 3. Anyone going to go 4?
the
Anyone?
max bid?
Anyone?
Can anybody go to
Anyone?
4? I think one person. Yeah, okay. A couple people have a max bid of 5.
I'm one of them.
That could be pretty good. Bieber for 3.
That is
Yeah.
pretty good.
I'm not even in, but
Good going.
$3.
Good going there.
Yep.
All right, let's try. I see hurt already.
I think the
Calf
Tyro
tightness.
Estrada might not be the best.
Doggone it. I don't know if I want to nominate him. Screw it.
Oh yeah, he's not traveling with the team. Apparently, they're playing in the Dominican Republic this weekend.
He is having a good spring. Well, moot point. Tyler O'Neill has been bid up, so I'm not stuck with him for $1. I may in 20 minutes or so really wish I had him for $1.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean about being careful with the nominations. You could accidentally block yourself from a better player. There aren't
It's
many
a very
players.
solid dollar player if you can get him, Frank. Lourdes Gurriel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Very, very solid.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
There you go. Good job.
Thank you.
Well done.
Lourdes Gurriel. I am wondering where he bats in the lineup. I've seen some lineups that have him a little bit lower projected lineups, but I don't know. Pretty darn good last year. Great hair.
Hayes.
Uh-oh.
There was no way I was ever going to be able to get him given my $2 max bid, but would have liked it.
Scott,
Yep.
you'll never guess who threw out Brian Hayes for $3.
It was Dan Richards. I don't
All
have
right.
to guess. I'm in the draft room.
I have to share my screen for a second.
No, you don't.
I do.
No.
Look at this. They're wearing Cole Reagan shirts.
Oh,
Look at these little puppies.
this is a distraction, Chris. Some of us have money we can bid. Not much.
I'm sorry I distracted you from Eduardo Rodriguez. I know how much you wanted him.
Where's that picture from, Chris?
Someone sent it to Nick Pollock, and then we were tagged in a response to it.
Nice. That's awesome. How much did Reagan's go for early? Like $18.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly 18.
Yeah. All right.
How do you feel about that?
Knowing the way that everything went, that sounds about right. I think Yuri went for 17. I think Logan Gilbert went for 18. So yeah, I think that probably makes sense. 18.
Somebody's gonna get Eloy Jimenez for so cheap.
Come on, Scott. No name dropping, dude.
I was trying to prevent it from happening.
Come on.
I mean, at this point, either way, someone's going to get him for so
Yeah.
cheap.
True. But I don't want somebody to get him for like $1, you know?
Come on.
Javier for $1 is going to be nice. Unless
Christian Javier had a great
Didn't
start
happen.
here on Thursday. 6
Yeah, it looked really
strikeouts.
good.
Pretty good. Velocity was up 1 mile per hour. I think the spin rate on his fastball was up like 150 RPM or something like that. Spoke about him on our mailbag, which will be out to Saturday.
Yeah, I like it. Goodbye, Doug Rowe. I just got other things I got to do. I got some unfinished business here.
Oh, Mullins for 2.
Mullins for 2.
Could be pretty good.
Except he doesn't go for 2.
Anyway, for 3.
Hang on a second. I got to see here. Oh,
Ah!
Lathrop goes straight to 2
Come
on
on.
Eloy Jimenez.
That's God, wouldn't you rather Eloy be on my team than Greg's team?
Yes.
Just thinking about it.
Yes, I
And
would.
the fact that you threw his name out there, no one was thinking about Eloy Jimenez.
You screwed it up, Scott.
It's my own fault. I should have went $5 on Tyro Estrada. Would have had more money left.
I called Tyro Estrada the other day, and you guys didn't correct me. I don't know whether to be touched or
I just,
be irritated.
We were testing you to see if you would correct yourself. It didn't happen.
It did not happen.
I figured Scott would immediately bid up Jose Leclerc, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. At least I got one maybe safe source. I think he's going to be the saves guy. Oh, look at this. Luis Arise. You know who could really use him? Dan Richards. But you know what? He can't bid on him.
Who's that? Dan Richards.
Huh? Dan Richards?
Oh, you were supposed to say defending champion, Scott.
Oh, defending champion.
Kind of a little bit of a luxury pick for Doug Rowe, though. Doesn't really have like a huge need at batting average. So that was an interesting one. I mean, it's $2, so who cares? Yeah, I thought that was an interesting one. I didn't realize he got both Rutschman and William Contreras.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
What's your max, Scott? Are you going to go for Alex Lang?
No, my max was 1. That's why I went ahead and nominated him.
Gotcha.
I think there's one closer left. Like one for sure closer left.
Opinions vary.
Offer. No.
Well, that was
Nolan Gorman.
That was my max bid.
No way I was going to be able to get him.
I think Tim is a Cardinals fan, so that maybe I should have waited. Maybe he was saving the money for him no matter what. Oh well. Maybe I'll get Nolan Gorman on one team. Not this one. At this point, you're just hearing like guttural sounds from all of us.
Those were the last two. Well, yeah, I think
there's
Nolan
another
Gorman and Rhys Hoskins were the last like really, really good hitters left, I think. So
Rhys Hoskins?
Yeah, I was hoping to get one of them, but I only had a $2 max bid, so it was unlikely all along.
Yeah, I'm down to my last.
There's still some
I
hitters.
bid up one guy who goes for $1 at this point. So, and we'll see. Let's see. Garrett Atkins has $4. He has the highest maxed offer left at 4, and then one person has 3. It's getting tense. This is getting tense.
It's been tense, Scott.
Down to the wire. Nestor Cortez for $1. I'll buy that for $1. Elias Diaz. We're getting into the true dollar catchers.
He's only going for 1 right now.
I said True.
I know. I was,
Okay.
I was,
couldn't tell.
I was just being
couldn't
funny.
tell you deadpanned it.
Nestor Cortez for $1.
Yeah, that's good.
That was fun.
Charlie Morton for $1. That's a lot of strikeouts.
Yeah.
You just destroyed your whip.
Could be a
You
one.
destroyed your whip. Maybe a lot of wins too.
Could be a
potentially.
140 whip, but yeah.
Yeah, it was last year, but it could be 130.
Could be 150.
He could have a 5 ERA. Darn it, Christopher Morel was saving that last dollar straight to 2. Curses. Foiled again.
Gosh darn it. Yep. I think $5 for Estrada. I probably didn't need to do that before. And I would have had a little bit more for what I want to do right now.
What are you gonna do right now?
No, for what I would like to do, but I don't have the money to do.
A bit up to 3 on Correa.
No, not on Correa.
Okay.
Like any of these, like Eloy or Morel kind of guys.
How many people are actually watching this nonsense, Frank?
281.
Wow.
That's not nonsense. Come on.
Thanks for sticking with us, guys.
Yeah. Like this video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. No, we do appreciate you being here. I don't know how
Some of us more than others.
how useful this is at this point in the draft, but
Just
there we
like
are.
you
We're
know,
just
they're hanging out.
around. We're lounging.
They're hanging out with their buds.
So, yeah.
Hanging. Someone asked, did Ozuna go yet? Yes, he went for $5, which I thought was. I was kind of surprised he went for that high this late. Not that he isn't worth it. This is where leagues are won, says Josh Garner with 2 exclamation marks.
Yeah, I mean it certainly could be.
Detmer's one of my dollar pitcher targets. Just goes off the board, unfortunately.
Yeah. Do I want to do this? Let's try. Let's try this.
There are 2 people who could beat it out. Neither of them seems to be interested in it.
Doesn't appear so. I wonder if I could have got him for 1 because that was my last spare dollar. I'm going to have $2 outfielders. So Robert Suarez, if you can't see, and you wouldn't have gone for Hap. You would have done that with Hap straight to 2 because I couldn't have beaten.
I thought you were gonna do it. To be honest,
It was in between Hap and Suarez. I actually just saw yesterday, twice in 2 different places, confirmation that Suarez is the closer to begin the year.
Tim Canick. Now I've thrown out the past 2 nominations: Nolan Gorman for 2 and Ian Happ for 2.
Did you hear me? Robert Suarez is the closer. It's been confirmed.
Yeah,
Yeah. Sort of.
All right.
sort of.
Let me see exactly what it was.
Was it a beat writer?
Yes, it was a beat writer who said it.
It makes sense.
Robert
because
Suarez.
Yuki Matsui is behind too, so it kind of makes sense.
Where's my note on it? I'm sure I put it in my notes here.
Call Keith for $2. That's a good one.
Couldn't let me get Ian Happ, man. Revenge for the Outman double back out.
Got you.
I wasn't the one who did.
It was all your fault.
Why?
Okay, so AJ Casavel, who I think is the beat writer I cite most for not just for the Padres but for any team, he said Yuki Matsui is likely bound for a prominent setup role. And then he also wrote an article after rough 2023, Suarez is ready to step up as Padres closer.
You want to send that to me?
Sure.
I'd like to see it.
Sure. I'm down to dollar bids anyway. Why not? Gonna have $2 outfielders, which is not how I planned it. But I got Leclerc and I got Suarez, and I may be okay for saves with that duo. or I may not be. I don't think it's as like you're not going to see the crazy bidding wars for closers in a 12-team league that you do in a 15-team league. For ones that emerge on the waiver wire, I mean.
Ow. Brandon Lau for $1. I was hoping he'd be my DH.
Yep. It's a good choice. Jamer Candelario is another, was clearly the best hitter left, right?
Mhm.
I think that was true after I took Rhys Hoskins. I would have rather had Candelario for 2 than Hoskins for 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. It's all worth it now. As long as I got one of Gorman, Happ, or Candelario for 2, that's fine. That's what I use my last extra buck for.
Parker Meadows has been taken, right? Yeah.
A long time ago, yeah.
Just him out early, yeah. Oh, that's nice, Chris.
Yeah, I'm happy with Max Kepler for $1 as my DH.
That's good.
Doesn't solve my potential batting average problem, but
I like this a lot too. Caminero
for $1, yeah.
Like that.
Who would you guys say is the best power hitting outfield left? Like if you needed power, who would you take? Looking for fantasy advice.
Stanton.
Okay.
I mean, it's by far the actual answer.
Technically true. Which is the best kind of.
Is he
technically correct? Which is the best.
Yeah,
kind
he is
of
outfield eligible.
I think Sawinski's got.
I was looking at Sawinski.
Or Velasquez.
I don't think there's such an obvious choice though that I'm going to pass up this guy. Sal Frelick. So I may be bid up.
Might have third base eligibility at some point.
Second, possible too. And I think he's going to steal a lot of bases. I think he's going to steal 30 bases.
That's the big question for me with his value is he going to run a lot? Or if he's just like a 17 steal guy, I think he's probably pretty fringy. But if he's going to steal 25 bases, there might not be that much difference between him and Hassan Kim or Nico Horner.
I feel like it. What was the distribution of Frelick steals? Because I feel like he went a long time before he stole his first base, and he ended up with 7 in 57 games.
Let's look.
I'm pulling it up too.
Let's see who gets there first.
So all 7 of his steals came in his final load.
44 games.
So that's
the 26 steal pace.
Yeah.
But he didn't steal anything in his final 15 or so.
Yeah, it was very, very streaky with the steals. He had 1 game with 3 steals, so maybe. No, but 81st percentile sprint speed, and he had 24 steals in the minors in 2022. That's in only 119 games. He doesn't have much power, so he kind of needs to steal to give back value.
Who is this we're talking about?
Sal Frelick.
Okay.
There goes Sawinski. So Sawinski is eliminated as a power option for me. But I think there are several.
Looks like you're drafting Giancarlo Stanton.
There might be somebody else I take instead. Like, is Giancarlo Stanton going to crash my batting average?
That's good.
Yep, that's
Rizzo for $1. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Is Giancarlo Stanton going to hit 190 forevermore?
Maybe.
Yes. The answer is yes.
By the data, he shouldn't.
I think he will.
You think he will? He shouldn't.
I am known Giancarlo Stanton skeptic and hater.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do.
Isak Paredes got taken, right?
This guy.
Look at this guy.
This is the portion of the draft where I mostly just ask, this guy got taken, right?
I think there might be some night baseball games going on right now. Oh, nope. Wait, hold on. I'm on the wrong day.
Yeah, we got a little Cubs Reds, and that's the only one going on.
Really? Is it actually happening?
Yeah. It's bottom of the 9th. 2-2 game.
I was gonna turn it on. Actually, whatever. We'll watch the final couple of outs here.
Michael Busch hit a 2-run home run earlier today.
Hey, no name dropping.
All right, Chris, we're gonna do it.
That game has gone final.
I just turned it on, dude. What the heck?
Tied at 2.
Giancarlo. What does it he says when Giancarlo hits a home run?
No lo bolo, whatever.
Don't si puesto parlo.
Is he actually saying something?
It's something supposed to be in Italian, I think, but
Oh, okay.
like, is Stanton even Italian? I don't know that.
Well,
He does have Italian heritage, I believe.
Let's see.
There is still a closer available. I was hoping Varsho would make it to the reserve rounds.
that is the first time I've heard somebody say this year. I'm hoping I was hoping Mark Varsho would make it to me.
I wanted Varsho in AL only labor.
Yeah.
Like,
'cause you
if
know
he
what?
hits 240, he's going to be a real valuable player.
In a deeper league, Chris, especially, like, you look at his yearly game, he plays a lot.
Yeah.
Like, he's on the field. So in those deeper leagues where you just need playing time,
I mean, he had 20
All
homers
right.
and 16 steals last year. I know he's not a catcher anymore,
Yeah.
but like,
no, you're right. If he hits 240 and, like, whatever, if that comes up a little bit, I read somewhere that he kind of figured something out with his swing too that he was working on.
yeah, he got really hot in the second half.
Here we go, by the way, Giancarlo.
I just think
Giancarlo, non si può parlo.
The problem is every time he says it, it looks like he's like holding a big piece of paper up
yeah,
with like size 70 font, like no polo. Like,
he hasn't gotten comfortable enough.
he's
saying
been
it.
there 4 years.
Yeah. He's like sounding his way through it.
Yeah, it's like spelled out phonetically.
Totally right. That is
Yeah.
exactly the problem with it.
Dalton Varsho in the second half. Actually, 739 OPS in 3 of the final 4 months. That'll play.
Yeah.
I just think it's so he changed something because I just like his swing is so poorly suited. I don't know what's happened to Rogers Center to make it so power suppressing for left-handed hitters.
Oh, I'm
but,
back up.
Yeah.
I
like
didn't realize that.
it's pretty clear to me Varsho doesn't have enough raw power to make it work there.
Oh, I still have a pick left. I thought I was done.
All right,
No,
I want to
don't.
go through and see if I have enough speed because I am having a hard time calibrating.
You got Nico Horner, Scott.
And it may be my saving grace. After all that, I mean, I still would have rather had Jimenez. Jimenez might be 60, but all right. So 20 from Freddie Freeman, 40 from Horner. That's 60. I'm going to give Marte 20. That's 80. Lindor 25. That's 105. Swanson 15. Let's say that's 120. Bellinger, let's give him 15. That's 135. Carter, let's give him 15. That's 150. Frelick, let's give him 20. That's 170. Otani, let's give him 15.
100.
What did you say?
100.
I'm going to say 15 for Otani. So 185 without the little dribs and drabs from the rest of my lineup. Where would that put me? 185.
That'd be enough
For what?
to compete.
For maybe number one or for
Yeah, I think
number
so.
3? I thought it was over 200, the winner.
I
can
have
find
the
that.
numbers. I could pull them up after this, Scott.
Okay. Nobody.
Yeah,
listening is-
I'm counting about 160-ish for me.
Okay. I'm surprised I did that well. I guess it was all Nico Horner, huh?
Here's what you need to win every category last season, 2012.
I don't need
2020.
speed, but I'm just gonna throw this guy.
Yeah, to win was 221. To get to third place was 175.
Okay, so I'd get to third if that happens, and theoretically, it's all theoretical, of course.
It's so funny how this I'm looking at my team. I'm like, oh yeah, I got Josh Lowe 3 hours ago. Just completely forgot.
I'm actually pretty happy with the way this turned out. I was not feeling good when we had our intermission, but I think my pitching, getting Merrill Kelly for 6, Chris Bassett for 5, really filled it out nicely. And I got 2 of what I think will be save sources between Robert Suarez and Jose Leclerc.
My favorite part of every auction is Scott starts out with a plan. 45 minutes in, Scott is apoplectic. It's the worst draft he's ever done. And then at the end, he's like, I think I did pretty good. I think I like my team. Yeah. It's like clockwork every time.
Okay, so this is the last pick, which means we're about to get into the.
All right, so
reserve
based on the
rounds.
projection, Scott, you are 5th in stolen bases.
Well,
I
I
am
think they
6th.
underprojected some of my guys. Okay, those were my top of mind projections. I think they're better.
Much more robust system.
I mean, how many steals did it project Freelick for? Probably fewer than 20.
Probably not many, yeah.
I'm gonna take my draft board off so I can throw players in the queue, and then we'll look at the teams after.
Pause it for a minute.
Okay.
Everyone 5 minutes to catch their breath. All right, because we got to queue up some guys, right?
Yes, sir.
And, oof. All right. Here we go. So you're just going to listen to us typing in names, putting them in our queues. 'cause this thing
Projections
goes
do not like
fast.
my pitching, guys.
You do not like your pitching?
No, the projections do not like my pitching.
I did not see it. Projections are for suckers, Chris. I don't know if you know this. Projections. I mean, just projections in general. I'm not singling out any projections. For suckers. You hear me?
Oh, I agree.
Okay.
All right, just all the names going in the queue.
Who should I take first?
Wait, you have the first pick?
No, I have the second pick.
I was gonna say, who rigged that?
That was the random draw. I did not. It's not a mock, so I just did it at random. Random draw loves me, I guess.
Let's see. Okay, that's kind of interesting.
We can't even talk about the names we're putting in our queue.
Oh, there's just never ending amounts of names in my queue.
Uh-huh. I mean, this is so much. I'm used to doing AL and NL. That's what I've done so far. This is great.
Like, where did all these good players come
This
from?
is so many studs. Great. Any closers left? No.
No, I just took the last bad one.
Who was that? Will Smith?
Will Smith.
Yeah. Yeah. No closers left. So
There's no closers left.
I don't know. I'm
No, okay, yeah, the last closer.
Oh, the
closed
Rockies
out.
closer?
Oh, I guess that guy.
yeah, he could be out there.
Whichever one.
Maybe the A's closer.
One of the Rockies closers candidates didn't go in Tau Wars. All right, we should probably start it up pretty soon here. I guess let me know when you guys are ready.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I think
Ready, Chris?
I'm pretty much good to go.
All right. I'm not. Crap. All right. We are going to go here. If this guy clocks out, I will give him a chance to reset. And here we go.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. All right, what pick do I have? Oh, crap. I have third pick.
Jose Siri. A fine choice.
Gotta put Greg Bird in the queue.
He's signed to play in Mexico, I believe.
I just think this guy's too good to be there still. Ryan Mountcastle.
That's good, Scotty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I'm going to fit him in my lineup, but the value's just...
Yeah, I was thinking about like a power guy, and so that's why I took Drury right now. Someone who can provide 25 homers or whatever.
Yes, Greg Bird signed with the Los Charros de Jalisco in the
I always-
Mexican League.
I always forget about Hunter Harvey in these deep leagues where we're scraping the bottom of the closer barrel.
Yeah.
I think there was a point last year where it seemed like they had already flipped from Finnegan to Harvey, and Harvey just got hurt again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think he's the more talented reliever.
Yeah,
Unquestionably, I think. Yeah.
his dad was a heck of a reliever. You remember those days, Chris? Marlins fan?
First Marlins closer, I believe.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott.
Oh, Jonathan Rhonda.
Yeah. There you go.
Help me, Rhonda. Ugh.
We're losing it here.
Robert Stevenson. Yeah.
Brian Harvey, 45 saves for the 1993 Marlins.
That's awesome.
Like
They
their
won
MVP.
64 games. He had
Oh.
45 saves.
That's good. Cutter Crawford. Sneaky. I think he's going to be in Sleepers 2.0 for me.
You sneaky. Like the analysts love Cutter Crawford.
Yep.
They liked Carl Crawford too.
Carl's pretty good. Yeah.
Carl had his time. He had a moment. It was a thing.
Trevor Rogers.
I mean, Brian Harvey was the MVP of the 93 Marlins, right?
Oh,
Joe Boyle. Yes, Chris.
I'm vaguely
Yes.
remember someone saying something about Carl Crawford not being good and getting mad about it recently. Was it like, I think it was a write-up about his son who got drafted 2 years ago.
Justin Crawford.
And someone was like, he could live up to all the potential that Carl Crawford left on the field.
What?
It's like, Carl Crawford was an amazing player.
Yeah, he was great.
The contract he got
he
from
was
the
like
Red
a first
Sox was
rounder in
disappointing.
fantasy.
He got the contract from the Red Sox, though, for a reason.
Right. He was kind of like Andrew Jones in that
It was a
That's
hard
what he's
fall.
doing. You just took Joe Boyle and Michael Bush. Like, am I drafting for you?
What?
What the heck?
We rub off on each other.
I always got the impression you would roll your eyes when I talked about Michael Bush.
No, I like Michael Bush. He's in my sleepers.
Really?
I think so. That sounds like something I would have done.
yeah. I think Chris actually wrote him up first as a sleeper, and you copied him, Scott.
I think that's actually true.
Mm. There is no. I've been on Bush since at least April of last year. It's on video.
All right. I had, I can't remember the CD that Machine Head was on, but I was there.
Jackson Merrill. Gone.
Raised
Makes sense.
Blade Suitcase.
Victor Scott. You know what? The Victor Scott thing
That is not the CD that
with Lars
16
Nootbaar.
Stone. That's what it was, guys.
If Lars Nootbaar is out, Victor Scott. I don't know. I don't.
All right. People are asking to share the screen. I'll share my screen.
Yeah, I don't want everyone to see my queue.
I don't care. I don't know what I'm talking
All
about.
I am going to take a player I think is undervalued, and I probably should have put him in sleepers. Will Benson,
Yep.
who's been playing it a lot against lefties, wants to be an everyday player. I think he's better than Jake Fraley. I don't know. Power speed potentially. And I'm going to pair him up with Yuki Matsui here just to fortify my Robert Suarez pick.
Locking it down.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it could have gone longer, but the fact that Robert Stevenson already went, I didn't think I could afford to mess with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's back to me, and I've got to make a decision.
Got to queue up some more players.
I
My queue
think-
got hit hard,
Yeah, let me
as
go
one
ahead.
would expect.
Take the old Homer pick.
I mean, I really like a lot of players that are out there.
Taj.
Yeah, there's still some guys out there.
It's a different world. The Roto teams I've built so far, like the teams I'm actually playing out, I got an NL only, I got an AL only, and I got two 15-teamers. So this is my shallow one, and it's fun.
I think this is only my second 12-team league that's not only that I've drafted so far that I'm playing out. So yeah, I'm with you. It feels a lot better.
It does. These players are actually good. They might actually play.
It's not going to be like AL only labor where I was disappointed that somebody took Estevan Florial in front of me. in the reserve rounds.
Can we just remind people that you drafted Miguel Sano?
I did get some Miguel Sano.
I love it.
He's playing like every day at third base for the Angels.
I also
so far in
saw,
the
I think he's
spring.
batting like 086.
Yeah, that might happen.
Yeah.
I
hope it works out.
There's a lot of first basemen I like, but I already have one more than I need.
Brian De La Cruz is a good pick.
Also, you know who's been playing outfield a lot for the Orioles is Ryan O'Hearn.
Oh gosh.
Thought that was kind of interesting.
He played enough to be eligible.
Hey, Colton
Last year.
Cowser. You want a shot? Nope. Ryan O'Hearn, baby.
Listen,
All the
O'Hearn was good
Marlins.
last year. I'm not saying he'll ever be good again, but
Oh, Ryan O'Hearn was great last year.
yeah,
It was really weird.
you can understand why the Orioles are giving him the first chance this year.
Chris, what was this happening on your screen right now?
What do you mean?
Victor Robles?
Oh, I was just trying to see how many bases he stole last year. You know,
Like,
just doing a little research.
Don't tell me you're gonna take Victor Robles.
Yeah, you know what? Look at your screen. All right, how about that?
I mean, it's hard.
We solved that question, that problem real quick.
It's hard to not see a big old Victor Robles pop up on the screen, but
All right, I will take that guy.
there's too many. good
No, I will
players.
not take that guy.
What do we do?
Tyler Black?
No, you know what? There's like 3 different versions of that. I'm gonna pass. One of them will still be there.
Who are you talking about? I want to know.
I can't tell you.
Mm.
There are 3 guys.
That's a good pick, Chris.
There
Andrew
are
Abbott,
3
yeah.
guys
Yep. I was
who
looking
are
at him.
basically potentially leadoff hitters in decent offenses who are left.
DJ LeMahieu.
That's one of them.
MJ Melendez?
Nope.
That's not a good offense.
Oh,
I guess
come on.
one of them is probably not in a good offense, but the top of the lineup's not
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
bad. And then there's another guy who, yeah, I think they're decent offenses.
And he is high in my queue. We'll see. I already got a couple people who play that position. So it may be suboptimal.
All right, so who have you guys drafted in the reserve round so
JP
far? I'm
Crawford,
up to,
that was the guy, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm up to Joe Boyle, Michael Bush, Andrew Abbott, and Edward Cabrera. So 3 high-end starting pitcher flyers for me, which I needed because I had to settle for $3 pitchers in my rotation. 4, actually.
I had a feeling Matt Wallner was going to come down to you and me, Frank.
Yeah.
But I think pitching's getting scarcer here, so I'm going to take Luis Severino.
Nice. Yeah, I was looking at him. So far, I took Brandon Drury, Matt Wallner, Seth Lugo, and Marcus Stroman. Just wanted some high floor pitchers on the bench. I took a few kind of young, risky guys in the rotation. I have Michael King, who has some risk, so just wanted to get some boring innings on the bench. And I think my team was lacking power, so that's why I took Drury and Matt Wallner as the hitters.
I don't know who to take here. Frankie Montas.
All right.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to draft any more pitchers. I think that was the last one.
How many reserve spots do we have left?
7 total. So we have I have 2 left. You guys probably have 3 left.
3 left. Okay. I'm thinking about something, and I'm going to go here. Griffin Canning, strikeout upside.
All right. I could feel it. Dig it. Whatever.
AJ Smith-Shawver, Ranger Suarez. AJ Smith-Shawver, the velocity up this spring, but I don't know. It seems like he's on the outside looking in for the 5th starter
Yeah.
spot. So
Yeah, he might need 2 injuries.
Yeah, he'll make some starts for the Braves this year, I have no doubt. But
yeah,
I really think they want to let Reynaldo Lopez start while he's stretched out, because it's better than having to stretch him out because they need him to start.
Mhm.
I think it's just going to be kind of like a logistical decision.
Yeah, they'll just send Elder and Smith Shaver down and have them be stretched out already.
Yeah. Kind of like well, do I want to say that? I don't know that I want to say that. Never mind.
Say it.
No, I'll say it a little bit.
Some fun picks here. Colton Cowser.
I don't want to put anybody on some. Yeah.
Colton Cowser, John Gray, James Wood.
Yep.
James Wood is having a massive spring. It's just, I think there's less than a 2% chance that we see him before September. I don't know.
All right.
It's it does. I got to tell you, it's been frustrating to write the prospects report every week with these new promotion patterns. Because it's like this great prospect seems like he's ready to be promoted. Okay, he's one that you need to stash, but it's not going to be late August till he actually comes up. Because whatever the incentive is, the teams are going to work around the incentive, and the incentive is make sure they're ready to be on the opening day roster next year, but without losing their rookie eligibility.
Did you guys see that they announced all the spring breakout rosters?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. So there's like a full guide if anyone wants to learn about it on MLB.com. The spring breakout, by the way, is I believe a 3-day event. Yeah. Well, technically 4. March 14th to 17th, where the games that are going to be played are basically all prospect filled in spring training. So it'll be an opportunity to watch every team's top prospects. I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Fun pick, Chris.
Yeah.
Orion Kirkering.
I mean, it's a great name. Great sweeper.
The problem is if it's not Alvarado closing for the Phillies, I don't know who even the second choice is. I don't know who even the third choice is. It could be Kirkering. It could.
Yeah, I think he probably needs to. I would think Sir Anthony Dominguez is ahead of him.
And then there's also Gregory Soto, who has the most closing experience of anyone.
I think it's gonna take some time. If it does happen for Kirkering, it's not gonna be right away. It could be like later into the season, because I mean Jeff Hoffman pitched really well last year. Gregory Soto, Sir Anthony Dominguez have some closing experience, and obviously Alvarado is there too.
Grissom.
That's a great pick.
That's who I didn't want to bring it up, but I felt like the Braves made a logistical decision at shortstop last year too, giving it to Orlando Arcia instead of Vaughn Grissom. And then when Vaughn Grissom got his chance because Arcia got hurt early, he did not.
And Arcia was just awesome.
He started out well, but then he broke his wrist, I think is what happened. So Grissom got his chance very early in the year. And
I'm up.
Just wasn't good enough.
It wasn't in the cards. Frank. Is that what you said earlier, Frank? In the cards?
Wasn't in the stars?
In the star. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like that more.
It was written in the stars, Scotty.
Davis Schneider. I think people are sleeping on him.
Did you get him in AL labor, Chris?
I did.
All right, let's go Schneidi.
The Scott White effect.
Leading you down a dark path, Chris. Dark path of low batting averages and sparse playing time.
That's a deep bench.
All right, I really don't need another first baseman, but it is freaking stupid that Jose Abreu is there. So I'm going to make Jose Abreu the last guy on my bench.
And the last name on mine will be... How many Angels pitchers is too many Angels?
One?
Silseth. Yeah, I've got Silseth and Griffin Canning. So
I'm looking at it now.
Canning looked bad today.
I got my corner infielder is Rhys Hoskins. I have both Ryan Mountcastle and Jose Abreu on my bench.
One of those three should work out.
Yes, but my point is Noel V. Marte is all I have at third base.
Yeah.
I really need that to work out. You could make a trade. I mean,
yeah.
I'll trade DJ LeMahieu to you for Rhys Hoskins.
There's probably DJ LeMahieu for. I mean, LeMahieu. I should have prioritized LeMahieu, huh?
DJ LeMahieu for Rhys Hoskins right now.
No.
How about for Nico Horner?
Who's out there?
Nate Lowe for Rhys Hoskins.
I mean, there's probably someone who got I'm sure there's somebody who got a third baseman in their corner infield spot that, I don't know. There might be a trade out there to be worked out, but I don't like what you're selling, Chris.
I mean, Nate Lowe, you definitely have him ranked ahead of Rhys Hoskins.
I
I don't actually know if that's true.
No, I
just assumed.
don't. I definitely don't.
Brady Singer, by the way, just got taken. He's having a good spring.
He's got a sweeper.
Can't hurt. Well, actually, it can.
I think the quote
If it's a bad
was, "I've been so bad that I finally decided to listen to the pitching staff who told me to change my arsenal."
No way.
It's not like a direct quote, but that's basically what it was. It was something like, well, look at the results from last year when they asked him why he was finally open to changing his arsenal. And he was like, look at the results.
I'm off
All right.
here, and I'm not sure why.
All right. Yeah. I mean, only 4 hours. It's basically like under 4 hours for the draft. That's not bad.
Yeah, we've got. All right, let's just bring this up to 4 hours. We might as well. 10 minutes left. We'll just run through each of our teams. Quick recap. And we'll start with old Chris, who has Francisco Alvarez and Tyler Soderstrom as his catchers, Spencer Torkelson at first base, Marcus Semien at second, Jose Ramirez at third, Hassan Kim, Carlos Correa, Nate Lowe. In the outfield, Chris Bryant, Kyle Tucker, Josh Lowe, Nolan Jones, Adolis Garcia, and Max Kepler. So, what we talked about in one of the intermissions, Chris, was that you might have needed a little batting average.
Did not get it.
Did not get it. Yep.
Batting average remains a
power and speed and counting stats, I think, should be pretty good.
Yeah, batting average remains a weakness. And among my bench guys, DJ LeMahieu is really the only one who had. I guess Michael Busch, but I expect him to be a bit of a lower batting average. And Josh Bell obviously isn't a great source of batting average. So DJ LeMahieu, if he bounces back, I could slot him in at probably corner infield or utility and feel okay about the help he'll give me there. But yeah, batting average is probably going to be a problem for this team.
On the pitching side of things, you got Kenley Jansen, Camilo Doval, and Jason Adam as your relievers. So 2 closers and I guess a third of a closer. You'll probably get like 10 saves.
Yeah, I'm expecting like 10 saves from Jason Adam at some point throughout the season. Yeah.
But really good ratios and lots of strikeouts.
But the thing I like about drafting him is that for the first time, the Rays just went with a closer last year. When it was Pete Fairbanks, it was Pete Fairbanks. When he was hurt, it was Jason Adams. I think he had 12 saves last year.
Yep. Your starting pitchers, you got Pablo Lopez and Framber Valdez as your 1 and 2. And then what do we have? Walker Buehler, who will start the year on the IL.
I'll look at the IL.
And then just $1 guys, right? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah.
TC Mize, Yusei Kikuchi, Nick Lodolo, and on
the bench, Edward Cabrera, Andrew Abbott, and Joe Boyle, and then Orion Kirkering as a reliever on the bench. So,
did you plan to take Abbott because you had Lodolo and just kind of hope one of those two works out for the Reds? Or
no, I like both of them. I think Abbott was in my first sleepers column. I don't know if Lodolo was in it, but I like him as a sleeper. I like Edward Cabrera as a sleeper, and Joe Boyle, Scott has definitely talked me into as a sleeper.
Yeah. All right.
You're doing your job. Look at you, Scott.
Yeah.
I didn't know I had it in me.
All right. Speaking of Scott,
I've only been doing it 16 years.
let's take a look at the squad. And you got Cal Raleigh and Alejandro Kirk at catcher. The infield, Freddie Freeman, Nico Horner, Noelvi Marte, Francisco Lindor, Dansby Swanson, Rhys Hoskins. In the outfield, you got Giancarlo Stanton, Brandon Nimmo, Cody Bellinger, Evan Carter, Sal Frelick, and your utility is Shohei Ohtani. So I feel like this is not like if you just gave me this roster and asked which of us 3 this was, I wouldn't guess Scott White.
Fair. I really like the way it turned out. And like I said, when we did our intermission and I still had 10 spots to fill, something like that, I was not feeling great because I just felt like I had too many needs for the few dollars I had left and would have to settle too much. But then I got Dansby Swanson for 6, and I got Brandon Nimmo for 4, and I got Reese Hoskins for 3. And while I did have to settle for $2 players in my outfield, two $1 players in my outfield, Sal Frelick and Giancarlo Stanton there, I think they could excel at different categories. Like Frelick could excel at batting average and speed. Stanton could excel at home runs.
They might combine for they might average 20 homers and 15 steals between them.
And then in the reserve rounds, I got Will Benson, who I think might be a 2020 guy. So if it doesn't work out for one of them, if Stanton gets hurt again or whatever, I could swap him in. I wish I had another outfielder on my bench. I guess maybe Davis Schneider is going to be eligible there eventually. And then we already talked about Noelvi Marte. I'm asking a lot of him at third base, and there could be playing time issues. There could be performance issues. Chris is concerned he could even get sit down. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's not a 0% chance he'll get sent down at the start of the year. So there is maybe a positional concern there at third base and a little bit with my last 2 outfield spots. But when you're talking about balancing the categories, I think I got everything.
Do you think you're light on power at all, Scott? Because you have Kirk, Horner, and Sal Frelick in the lineup, all 3 that could hit less than 10 home runs.
And Freddie Freeman, for an elite player, is not the best source of power.
But I got Ohtani in my DH spot. That's maybe 40. I got Cal Raleigh in my catcher spot. That's the best power hitting catcher.
Hoskins should get close to 30.
It could work. I'm just thinking aloud. With
Lindor's going to get 30. Cody Bellinger should get 25 or so, unless he's a total bust. And then Swanson should get 25 or so, and Nimmo got about 25 last year. So I think it's enough.
Okay. Let's take a look at the pitching staff. You got Chris Sale, Merrill Kelly, Chris Bassett, Nick Pivetta, Justin Steele, George Kirby, and Kodai Senga. So Senga will start in the IL. You got Kirby, Steele, and Chris Sale ahead of the Glob. And then you got 2 innings eaters types with Merrill Kelly and Bassett, and the strikeout upside with Nick Pivetta. How do you feel about it?
Both of whom I think Merrill Kelly and Chris Bassett there both are. If you wanted to say they're not in the Glob, I wouldn't argue it too much. For most of this offseason, I had Merrill Kelly as out of the Glob, better than the Glob, and I eventually moved him in. So I think they're at the very, very, very top end of the Glob are Kelly and Bassett. They should both deliver about 180 strikeouts if they stay healthy. Good win potential, won't crush. I mean, Bassett could excel at whip, and at least last year, Kelly did it ERA. So those 2, getting Kelly for 6 and Bassett for 5, that was again after the intermission. And I just think I couldn't have asked that stretch of the draft to go any better for me. I think it bailed me out in a real way, because I love this pitching staff. This might be the best Roto pitching staff I've built since 2021, when I was selling out so hard for pitching.
And this was something that we talked about when, right around that break, where, it was like, oh, we all really liked what I had done so far. And it was like, yeah, but the second half of the draft's going to be rough for me. And you guys both had more flexibility. And so the back half of both of your rosters look a lot better than mine.
And if Senga comes back in, April 29th or whenever, it's going to be good. I'm excited. I think I might do okay in this one. I'm more excited about this one than the Tout Wars one that a lot of people online seem to like.
The closers that you wound up with, Jose Leclerc and Robert Suarez. You did get Yuki Matsui on the bench, so hoping to lock up the Padres. Not that I want to name drop, Scott, but did you put any thought into taking David Robertson as well, just to lock up the Rangers?
At the start of the reserve rounds, I did. And after the reserve rounds were over, I did. I checked to see if he was still out there. In the heat of the moment, it slipped my mind. Maybe I should have taken him instead of Jose Abreu. I don't know. By the time we get the first run of waivers, I think we'll have a little more clarity on the situation, and so we'll see how that goes.
All right, let's take a look at my squad. At catcher, I've got Wilson Contreras and Logan O'Hoppe. I've got Tristan Casas, Bryson Stott, Austin Riley, Xander Bogaerts, Tyro Estrada, and Jamer Candelario in the infield. In the outfield, I've got Julio Rodriguez, Randy Rosarena, Teoscar Hernandez, Lourdes Gurriel, and Dalton Varsho. I've got Michael Garcia at my utility spot. So I think maybe I could be light on power.
Yeah.
Not a lot of speed. I think probably too much speed. Well, if there's something to have, I guess it's speed. But
I mean,
you really need O'Hoppe and Tristan Casas, I think, to really live up to their power potential. And look, you could get 60 homers from the two of those guys. It's just if it's more like 45 or less, which is what they combined for last year, then it starts to get pretty iffy.
mm-hmm.
if you need power, I see you got Jamer Candelario in your corner infield spot. He's eligible at third base. I got Rhys Hoskins in mine,
Yeah, I mean that could make some sense. I'll think about it.
Chris was making offers.
I did. I took some power on the bench. I took Matt Wallner and Brandon Drury. So the hope I didn't even want really to take Michael Garcia as my utility. Like I didn't think it fit my team, but I really, really like him. And if he turns in to provide excess value, even in categories I don't need, I might be able to trade him for something that I do. So
I really did screw you with that Eloy Jimenez comment, because if you had Eloy Jimenez as your utilities player instead of Michael Garcia, your team would have it would bring balance to the force, Frank, not leave it in darkness.
Yeah, so could be light on power, but we'll see. I think the batting average is really good too. On the pitching side of things, I got Logan Webb as my SP1. Wound up with Bobby Miller, Jesus Luzardo. So that's my top three. Typically want 3 of my top 30, and that worked out. And then I got Michael King as my 4, Kyle Harrison as my 5, Brian Payo as my 6. And then for the closers, I got Raisel Iglesias. I've got P. Fairbanks and someone else, Will Smith. So, yeah, the final 2 spots, I mean, 2 youngsters in Bayo and Harrison. I think there's a lot of upside. As I mentioned, I did take Seth Lugo and Marcus Stroman just as streamer types, whoever has the right matchup. I think they're good to kind of balance with the youth. I think the pitching staff is all right. Maybe not amazing. What do you guys think?
I think the pitching staff is pretty good.
Thanks. Thanks, Scott.
So Logan Webb's a nice anchor. Bobby Miller and Jesus Luzardo should help make up for his lower number of strikeouts by A's standards. King could have a lot of upside. I think there's more downside potential than some are willing to acknowledge, as they talked about in Bust 1.0. Saves, you should be fine. Good with Iglesias and Fairbanks. Harrison and Bayo, rounding them out for $1. I mean, there's upside there for sure. There's a scenario by which both are just hurting you too much in whip to justify leaving them in your lineup. Did you take any pitchers in the reserve rounds?
Yeah, I took Stroman and Lugo to kind of balance the youth of those two.
Yeah, which they're not great whip guys either, and they're more solidly not great whip guys. But
Stroman for sure. I think Lugo's are right. I think he was like 120 last year, which is for where I got him.
120.
Not great, but and
Springs though, if he's back, by July, that could be really helpful in the second half.
The plan going into the reserve rounds was to take an injured pitcher, Springs or Kershaw or DeGrom, just because we have IL spots, so why not use them? Don't worry, they will be used, I'm sure, throughout the year. There's lots of injuries that happen, but I did want to take an injured pitcher just to stash, and then a little bit of strikeout upside with Canning and Chase Silseth. So I think it's all right. I think maybe this is probably the best that I felt coming out of one of these live auctions before. They are pretty tough. I think I definitely overspent for Riley, maybe trying to stick to the plan a little bit too rigidly. Contreras went for more than probably should have at 11. Stott, same thing. Did I need Tyro Estrada when I got him for 5? Probably not. Could have saved some of that for Eloy Jimenez, but it's all right. I think it's a pretty good team. All right. I think we're done. Okay. Guys. 4 hours.
Phew.
It's all done.
And we recorded a mailbag earlier. I've just been podcasting all day.
It's been a long day.
We still have a few 5-minute podcasts to record.
Oh, no.
So we're going to get out of here. We're going to wrap there. For Scott and Chris, I am Frank. Thanks as always for tuning in to Fantasy Baseball today. Please make sure to follow and leave a 5-star rating on Apple or Spotify. And we will be back again tomorrow with a mailbag. Bye-bye.
We're getting paid for this, guys.